Anyone?
The stage is
Sorry.
empty there, so meanwhile it's empty. Like maybe we
Yeah,
can
you guys
occupy
can
it.
join him.
Namaskara, Bengaluru.
Start ho gaya.
So my name is Abhinami Sukumaran. You can call me Abhi. I'm a developer advocate with Google with around, I think, 16 years of hands-on software engineering experience and also leadership in several data management, data science, and master data management. Any master data management fans here? No? Oh, okay, yeah, I see a couple. All right, master data management and other data areas, and a few patents in the data areas as well. I am currently a developer advocate, predominantly focusing on Google Cloud databases and data analytics per se, but mostly on the databases part. So I'm really glad to see you all here, and this is just amazing to see the energy that we have here, and thank you, Vishal, for setting the stage on fire already. So that's going to be difficult to follow that energy, but I'm going to try. And one other thing is that this has been, because it is in my home ground. I mean, there's a last time I spoke here was a smaller crowd, and that was part of a GDG event, not a Devfest or a community day. I missed the cloud community day because it was, I think, my mom's birthday weekend, and I couldn't say no. I was on a road trip about 10 hours away from Bengaluru, and all I could think of was, I was driving the whole time, 10 hours at a stretch. If you're wondering where I'm going with the story, I have a point, and I'm going to make it, I'm sure. So 10 hours into the drive, and then I have to, like, not 10 hours into the drive, 2 hours into the drive, I was like stopping here and there because, you know, I get sleepy when I drive as well. And I had to stop here and there. I had to get coffee. It was every single time I had to stop for a pit stop. All I could think of is, why don't I find a Starbucks here? Or why don't I find a coffee shop that you're so used to? So that's when I was wondering, what makes us long for that one thing, that one coffee from that one coffee shop, or coffee from that one chain, or one business that you feel so connected to? It's not like you can't get better coffee anywhere else. You can definitely get better coffee or better chai in a roadside shop, definitely not questioning that or contesting that. But what makes us feel so connected to the places that we know, to the things that we are familiar with? So I was pondering on this thought, and I kept on reading, I mean, of course, podcasts and YouTube videos. It's not just the coffee that they are selling, it's the service they are serving. They are serving you not just with coffee, but with experience, with user experience, with customer experience. So that is how they differentiate. That is what they provide to you, and that's what exactly what I was missing. And as I further looked into that, what occurred to me was that it's not just the service. Again, everybody provides service. If you ask for, hey, this is not good, can you please replace it? Anybody would do it. But why? How does Starbucks stand out? What is specifically about it? It's not a marketing campaign for Starbucks or anything. It's just something. Any Starbucks fan here? Cool. Okay. I'm glad I'm not alone. So I was just wondering, and what I thought was, it's the experience that they provide to their own employees. It's the experience that they provide to the customers. So two things that they provide in two different aspects. So for their own employees, they automate the things. They provide a platform where everything is automated for them, whether it's cleaning up the dishes with a thrust pump water tap, or whether it's cleaning up the nozzle with a small tiny bag. That's not like rocket science. That's just simple things that makes the lives easy for the baristas. And also they have trained them enough to exactly know what the customers want. So that is service for their own employees, for their own teams. And next is service to customers, because of course you get the same flavor, same kind of espresso wherever you go. So that's the one thing that they know the best to do, and that's what is consistency. If not, you can always ask them to change. So these are the two things. So why am I telling the story to you today is because I'm sure there are many entrepreneurs, aspiring entrepreneurs, budding entrepreneurs in the room, students, software developers, professionals. So all of you would be thinking, or everyone is working towards, no one's working towards, oh, okay, I'm going to use this technology because I just like it. I'll look at the world. Maybe you're a research scientist just researching a technology platform. I'm not belittling your efforts. Definitely that's a thing. But for the most part, if you're an entrepreneur, all you could think of is what can I do with this technology? How can I serve my customers better? How can I serve my team better? What kind of data center of excellence am I going to have? So that is the kind of thought process you're going to have. So in that scenario, you're thinking about what is my vision board for my customers? What is the value that I'm going to add to them? What is the quantifiable, tangible benefit I'm going to add to them using technology? So automation for your own teams, automation for your customers so that service can be better. So delivering user experience as a service is something we'll look at it in some of my slides today. But I just wanted to start with a Starbucks story because I haven't had my coffee in the morning and I'm really craving it. Sorry about that. Okay, before we enter the cloud aspects or the technology aspect of it, here's another story. How many of you here uses Swiggy Instamart? If you're traveling from other cities, maybe Instamart might not be enabled in some other cities. Amazing, Instamart, right? So how many of you order? I'm going to be poll taking incessantly the whole session, so please excuse me. If that bothers you, raise your hand. How many of you are not okay with poll taking? I'll stop if it's a majority. All right, fine. No one. That's nice. So how many of you order? I think they have a limit of 25 items or so many kgs. How many of you order 25 items each and every time you order Instamart? No one's going to order just one item, right? Come on. That's a lie. No one's going to...
Hello. Hey. Sunday है ना?
Some more sound, guys. Make some noise. Weak noise.
I don't know where this.
Single time I order, I make sure I fill the basket up
Okay,
to 20
sure.
items or 25 items. Not because it is effective, not because I need all those things. All I needed was a pair of tweezers or a pair of scissors, or, you know, all I needed was a notebook or something, but I ended up ordering the whole basket. I bought, let's say, an orange. I don't even like pineapple, but I ordered it because I thought it's healthy and there's one more item space left in my cart. The reason is I think it's going to save me some delivery cost, which is about, say, 40 rupees or 50 rupees. I end up paying 3,500 rupees more for that reason. So that's what we call sunk cost fallacy, but that's not the point here. But anyway, the thing is, so that's how they plan, that's how they strategize, and that is part of psychology. We'll get to that. And the next one is, if you're a shopper, if you're an compulsive shopper, or if you, I'm not that, okay, I hate shopping. But I'm just saying, no, seriously, I'm not lying, I hate shopping, I just hate that. But there are people, I know that, you know, these luxury brands, when you walk into the stores, sometimes, or more often than not, you would feel like you'll enter the stores and they will alienate you. You will feel like, oh, I don't belong in the crowd, or they'll make you feel like you're not going to buy this, look at yourself, kind of thing, right? So ultimately what ends up happening is you feel like, okay, I'll show him who I am, I'm going to buy that and show him who I am, I'll prove to him, and you end up buying. Ultimately that's all they care about. You spend about 2.5 lakhs on a bag that looks normal, that looks like a uniform with 2 alphabets written all over its body, and then you're going to pay for it a fortune, and then that's it. They know that you're not going to be a repeat customer. They made their fortune from you, and that's all they want. Psychology. And then this is something you may or may not have observed. Every single time you enter a mall, you always tend to go in the same direction. You go left or you go right. I think as Indians, we all enter a mall and then we go left. So they put the things strategically in a way that attract or get your attention in that particular direction. So that is typically how they do it. I'll not go deeper into that, but think about it. Next time you go to a mall and the time after that, I'm not a mall rat, but if you are, you can observe it. I found this, there are many such things that, you know, these malls and supermarkets and shopping complexes do to get the attention of buyers or to make you spend more, and ultimately that's the whole thing. And this is how things have been, and there are more such things that they do. I just took the top 3, which we all can connect to in, not everyday lives, but the first one is everyday life for me, but otherwise, it's something that we can all connect to. So what I'm trying to tell here is this: there was a time when all these retailers used psychology as a marketing strategy, psychology as a business strategy, right? Thank God there was data, thank God there's analytics, and thank God there's machine learning, data science, and whatnot. So the particular retailer that I want to talk to you about certain things today, right? Not for long. I'll just take about 2 or 5 minutes to talk about this particular retailer. Again, not a marketing campaign for them. It's just an example or a use case or a case study that I felt was very relevant or is very thought-provoking. So Target, like any other retailer, had this challenge of, at some point they use psychology and all that, and they knew that technology is going further, technology is developing, and we needed something more to get people's attention. We needed to use data and statistics. We needed to use math and numbers to get people to buy things, to get people hooked onto what we're doing. So what they did was they hired this statistician called Andrew Pohl, and they gave him one task to do, and that was, because, I'll just keep the story short. I'm not going to talk more about it, but I would have typically asked you what you think was the most profitable segment of customers for a retailing shop. But I'm going to give you the answer. It's the pregnancy division, because that's where the pregnant families or the pregnant parents are the ones who are going to spend the most in any kind of retailing chain or whatnot. The reason is, one, they need everything, and even if they don't need everything, they just feel like they need to get everything in a place where they can get, because they don't want to suffer so much. They want everything in one place, and they'll spend so much money thinking that this may or may not be important, or this is for the baby and all that. So they identified this as a very lucrative segment of customers, and they wanted to bring in all the value that they could in gaining the customers and attention in that area. So they hired this statistician and gave him one job to do, and that was to predict or identify pregnant women or pregnant parents early on in such a way that they do not become customers or loyal buyers to another retailer. So basically they wanted in about the second trimester or the first trimester to be able to say that they are pregnant or they may become pregnant or something like that. That's weird. I mean, but yes, that's the task that he was assigned. And he did some math, he was good at it, and that's the whole reason he was assigned to it. And he did something called as a guest ID, and he got all these details. This was not so long ago. This was not the psychology period. This was a little after that. So he had all this user online browser behavior and online cookies. It's, say, a decade or 15 years ago. So he had all these things, mobile coupons, or what kind of coupons the people are using, what kind of lists and registry items. Sometimes you register for the things that you want that are not available, and also what kind of items you're registering for, and what kind of demos they are interested in, what's their contact history. So he used all these things, and he created something called as a guest portrait, driven by one thing, which is guest ID, and he built the entire portfolio. But ultimately, there is something deeper that he needed to analyze from data, which would give him more insight into who those target customers are, rather than just going with a customer portrait or something like that. So that's why that thing, he said that it probably takes a genius to identify, it doesn't take a genius to identify that somebody who's buying cereal probably also needs milk, the market basket theory. But there are other, like much harder and more profitable questions that he can answer, which will help the business. So what he did was he understood the patterns of data, he ran some algorithms, and he identified the women in their second trimester tend to have a change in he walked up to a store in, it's not in India because we don't have Target retail stores in India, I think, yet. it's in the US. So one particular father walked up to a store nearby. This is a real story. And then he asked the manager, he was fighting with the manager, how can you do this? Why are you sending coupons coupons for pregnancy-related things to my teenage daughter? It is coming in her name. Why are you sending it to my teenage daughter? Are you become pregnant? She's in high school. What do you expect her to do? He was fighting. And the manager was like, sorry, sir, something must have happened, and I really apologize for what you're going through. Maybe there was some mess up in the data that we were looking at. It probably was meant for something else. Then he said, no, it's named for my daughter. And a long story short, he just went back home. They tried to woo him. They tried to pacify him, and he went back home. A week later, the store manager, called him again and to apologize and said, is there anything else we could do for you? And that's when the father actually, he said, I have to apologize. You were in fact right. I was not paying enough attention in my family's business. Probably looks like my teenage daughter is in fact pregnant. You're right. So ultimately, the Andropol's algorithm was right. The data isn't lying. Yeah, of course, Target could have handled it in a different way, and that's what they did, because eventually a lot of people started suing them, not just Target, but other retailers as well, because they were intruding in people's privacies. Nobody wants to know that they are pregnant even before they know it, right? So a lot of things. So that's where we have to think about how could have Target delivered the information that it's not seeming like it would hurt. So I'd leave that as an open question. Like, what could they have done which would not make families go mad at them, or which would not hurt the sentiments of families? Like, what could be the outcome of data, or data analytics, or prediction? Keep thinking about it. We'll probably, I was promised 30 minutes, showing 2 minutes, just making sure. Do we have more time? Yeah? Right? Okay. So just keep thinking about it, because through the session I'll have another, I'll share another thing which will answer this question, but I want to keep that question open, and I want you to think about it and answer. If you have an answer now, you can raise your hand and give me it. If not, we can look at it towards the end of the session. Anybody wants to try? If not, I'll just keep moving. Yeah?
There's a mic in the middle of the hall. You can just find a mic right over there. There's a stand.
I don't think that answer needs a mic, because it might offend some people here. There's no marriageable age. Let's not go into that, okay?
Okay, I don't know the answer is wrong or right, but I'm trying to answer it. Like, the answer might be like, if we should see the data of that girl, whether she is studying in what session. After that, we should see, like, related to that, is she married? If it's married and if completed with some years, then they can send the data to them.
In which country is marriage important for having a child?
Like, not the country, not the importance of country. Like, we should see, like, the age should be this minimum. If it's greater than that, then they can send the target.
Definitely, that's a thought. But Target was right? I mean, they were right. They had to give that information because they had the data right. The algorithm was right. So you cannot not profit from your own math, but at the same time, I mean, I'm not trying to offend your answer. It's definitely a thought. That's a good way. That's a starting point. But keep thinking. There's more.
Yeah, okay, sure.
Good job on the answer, though. What's your name?
Harishri.
Harishri. Since she's the first person who has stood up to answer, I would like to give her a swag at the end of the session. Collect your swag at the end of the session from the team here. Okay, thank you. All right. So this is that. You want to say something? Yeah, go for it. So I'll call you and say, can I advertise to you about stuff that you want? See, collecting data, of course, they have permission. You will not get your browsing history or your registry information. You, of course, see, you are the retailer. If I'm the retailer, you're my customer. I have your data, right? So I'm going to market to you, and probably, let's say they have authority for that. Let's say they have given that in their disclaimer, right? So yes, I mean, it's not like they can ask you permission to advertise things to you, but I appreciate the thought, but keep thinking. Keep thinking. There is something better. There's not better, I would say, but there is something which, I'm not saying I came up with the answer. No, please, I'm just stating the facts here. It's not my answer. I didn't invent the answer. I just connected the dots. Yeah. Uh-oh, another sensitive answer. Come on.
No. It's not a sensitive answer. I'm saying since pregnancy is a sensitive topic, the coupons that they send, like, can address it in a way or way, not like directly saying, like, if you are looking for pregnancy or something of that sort. They can, like, reword it so that it doesn't directly say that if you are pregnant or something like that, but, like, goodies related to that.
Close enough. Your name?
Sonal.
Sonal. Another swag you can collect. Yeah. Uh-huh. Closer to what Sonal said. Good. 1 second. Before that, we had that. Yeah. Exactly. That's the answer, folks. But there's a different way to say that. 1 second. Did you have something to say? Yeah.
So instead of like personally emailing them with their name and all, we can show them targeted ads. So it's not like a direct thing.
No, even that will offend. Yeah, I had, yeah. See, data collection is not a problem here. Let's assume they have the permission to collect the data. It's how you, see, basically, I'll show that in a little bit, a small warehouse architecture. You will see which part of the pillar we are talking about in a bit. So you basically, same thing, you're saying what I think one of the other folks said here. That would be, so that's beyond the point. The question is, what can we do better to make that reach not offensive? I see a lot of interest and enthusiasm for this question, but I'm going to put a pin on that topic right here. Sorry, you've been wanting to share that. The concept of what?
Consent that
Consent.
user data will be shared. Now, once we target that this is the segment of people, then send some targeted ads. If they click, then the second level of confidence comes that yes, they are the potential getting to be.
But the problem started even before that here, right? Even when they started sending targeted ads, before they could click, the father was there in the manager's office. That's what we're talking about. We had a relevant answer. Let's build on top of that. I'll show you the exact jargon or the terminologies that they use in the world of data or in the world of ML that is more relatable to the question. But what was your name? So what is your name? Not what, sorry? Madhav. Manav. Manav gets a swag as well, thank you. And here is the architecture that I was talking about, the data warehousing architecture. So you have the ingestion phase, you have the processing phase, you have machine learning phase, this is where they do the algorithm. And then you have the insights and activation phase. And this is the part I was talking about, where you communicate your machine learning results, you spread the word, you target your customers, or you deliver your results or the solution or the answer to the target, not the retailer, the target meaning the customers you're focusing on, or the businesses you're focusing on, or the users you're focusing on. So how you're going to get that to them, what you're going to do in order to deliver to them. So that is the insights and visualization and activation part. Activation is also something what we call as the prescriptive analytics. We're not going to go into the details of it, but I'll tell you some of the techniques and some of the tools that we can use to make the descriptive data more relatable for customers and users, and they are not feeling so offended as we saw in the previous example. So if you want, if you want, I'll just leave it on for like a few seconds. Just take a look at different services that Google Cloud offers in each of these pillars, a few of which we'll be talking about in a little bit. In a short demo, I wouldn't take much time, but we'll talk about a few of these services in my session today at a very high level, but I'd love for some of you who are interested to go back and try some of those services. But these are the different things, and machine learning area is the use case that I was talking to you about, and the data processing area is how you get the raw data or how you get the interaction part into business or into data that will be beneficial for your business. So that's exactly what this slide was supposed to do. And since I am particularly focused on databases, this is a little bit off track. This talks about the design considerations that you need. Once you know, if you are a business owner, or if you are the sole idea owner for your business and the technology, and you're the one who's starting the idea from the scratch, you will know what the requirements are. You'll know what design considerations you should have in order to choose the right database or application solution for your problem. In this case, whether your data is structured or semi-structured or unstructured, whether you're going to deal with audio and visuals, or you're going to deal with music information, or you're going to deal with tabular format structured data, everything depends on your business and your needs, but ultimately the choice of the database, the choice of service that you're using for your application should come from some very basic and concrete business and technical and design questions. The reason why I slipped the slide in is because if it interests you, if you're going to start a business today or in the near future, some of the questions that you need to ask, it's there part of a blog which is a series that I've released, and there is a link to it in my if you scan my QR code, you can go to my website which has the links to the blogs, and this is blog part 1. This talks about the design considerations that you need to take in order to land the right database service for you. It's an opinionated blog, of course. It comes from personal experience and some other shared experiences. So don't hold it as a cookie cutter solution for everybody. But again, ask the right questions. This blog will tell you what kind of questions you can ask, at least to eliminate the solutions or the services that might not suit you. So that's why I slipped that slide in. Now, for the essence of my time here, if there is one thing I would like to take back from the session, what I would think is technology, of course, is important. The service you choose is definitely important, because that is what is the crux of in most businesses these days. Because how many of you are from the data background and analytics background here? Right, that's a big majority in itself. So, and how many of you are from full stack web application development background? That's a good number as well. And other DevOps and other services. Okay, okay. Integration, master data management, integration. Okay, good. So we have like a bunch of services, you know. We have a bunch of services, and we have different focus areas. It's not that a person who does one thing cannot do the other. We may have traveled, we may have hopped on teams, we may have opted on experiences. But ultimately, what matters is, even if you're a developer, you have to think about what is the vision board for your customer. Who are you doing it for? Or what is the vision board for yourself? Like, how will you make a user experience as a service using the technologies that you're choosing? So that's the Starbucks story that I told you in the beginning. But let's look at it from a more technical perspective, right? Or from a detailed perspective, like how would you solve? For example, this is an example of a customer complaint for a provider, internet service provider. Not in India. The name of the provider should be somewhere in that complaint itself. I'm not going to reveal the name, but it's a publicly available set of data that I took it from. That's just a disclaimer. But if you look at it, they have been complaining about whatnot. But it's about 200 lines long. And if your team, your center of data team, or your production support team, or your customer care team is going to solve this on a daily basis, you're up with about 50 issues like this, and you have to go through each and everything, and you have like 2 hours to fix all of that. How is the team going to solve that, right? Because this is a lot of text in itself. First, you need to read that in order to understand what the problem is. You need to know how to solve that problem once you understand it. So this is not a great experience for your own team. How are they going to provide good customer experience for the people who raised the complaint in the first place? Now consider this instead of that. Now your team wakes up to something like this, where they have one line summary of the issue, which is basically a summarized version of the problem statement itself or the complaint itself. And then they have the green block below, which is like a solution. Like these are some of the things that you can try, you can tell the customers to do. This is just a snapshot of a small chatbot, but how it makes your customers' lives easy, your team's lives easy, the same Starbucks story. Like you have to empower your employees, you have to empower your teams to enable them to empower your customers to have better experience with your business, right? So how that is transformed to this using a machine learning solution with Google Cloud technologies is what we're going to look at right now, quickly. But this is just an experience I'm showing. The next slide is going to tell you what it takes to do that. So imagine instead of that big chunk of text in Excel sheets, imagine they have a website that the web application that they log into means your team logs into, and then they have issues classified per or categorized per label, like interruption, overcharge, poor service, speed issue. For the sake of the demo, I limited it to 4 categories only, and clicking on a specific category will list the summary of the issues, not the whole length of the text in itself. And then,
Hi.
Okay. The chatbot will allow
Hi.
you,
I'm your Service Insights Genie. How can I help you?
and the chatbot will allow you to find out what the solution can be for the particular solution.
You could try a few things. 1. Power cycle their...
All right. So that's what the genie is talking is beyond the point. That's not what I wanted to share. What I wanted to share though was the experience. Now that feels like an experience, right? Like how would you feel empowering your team with something like that? Or if you are in a consulting position, if you are building a solution for your clients who are servicing other customers in a consulting company, so how would they feel about using an experience like that? So think about business in those lines. Think about using technology to your advantage, to your customer's advantage, or your user's advantage in those lines. And as you're looking at it, whatever you saw in the demo, in the previous slide, talks about these technologies. It has the Cloud Spanner as a database, because in my case it was a tabular data. How I got to Cloud Spanner, that you can reference your the blog that I was talking about. And then the tiny laptop over there represents the web application itself. This was built in Spring Boot and Cloud Spanner, Java Spring Boot, of course. And then Data Studio is for the charts that represented the visualization piece. The Cloud Run is where my Spring Boot Java application is deployed. Dialogflow is a tiny chatbot. It's very easy. Once you have the labels categorized in your database, it's very easy to use Dialogflow to create those intents and create an interactive experience for your application and to integrate all that together, deployed in Cloud Run. Vertex AI is a service that I use to create an AutoML solution. See, with Vertex AI and AutoML, even if you're not a data scientist, you can build your own ML model in 2 minutes. I mean, configuring that will take only 2 minutes. Training will take some time depending on the volume and the complexity of your data itself. But otherwise, from an engineering perspective, it's much easy to build an AutoML solution with Vertex AI. BigQuery is the data warehouse service that I've used here in order to get the transactional information from Cloud Spanner and then prepare the data for my Vertex AI ML model. So I'm using BigQuery as a data warehouse solution. So this is just a high-level component architecture of the solution you just saw in my demo. And then this is just a quick 5-step. Without getting into the details, I might even probably skip the video in the next slide. But it takes only 5 steps for people who want to go back home and try out an AutoML solution. It's much easy. So these 5 steps is what you need to do in order to prep your data, configure it in Vertex AI, and train and evaluate and plug the API into your application. So label your input data in a file. Of course, the business is yours. You know what the training data should be like. That is the first and foremost and the most complicated part of an ML solution itself, because you need to prepare the training data and unbiased training data, because of course you cannot have more positive cases, more negative cases, because your final prediction would be biased in that case. You don't want that to happen. So all that said, the first step is the core of the business. That is where you're actually prepping your training data. So once that is ready, the next 4 steps is a piece of cake. All you have to do is configure in Vertex AI by uploading the file, click the train button, provide, if you're using BigQuery instead of Excel sheet, or CSV or JSON-L file, you won't be uploading the file. Instead, you will provide your database configuration details, like what is a BigQuery instance, what's the name of the table and all that, what's the name of the view, if it is a view, and all that. And then you click train. Once you click train, depending on the complexity and the volume of the data, it will take hours or days depending on how you've configured, whether it's a batch process or not. So the entire prediction itself will complete and you will be notified. Once it's complete, you will click on evaluate model to see the precision and accuracy, if it's a logistic regression model, or depending on whatever model you're using, you can evaluate it accordingly. And if you're happy, all you have to do is click on deploy. Once you hit deploy, it's a matter of just taking the URL. That's it. That URL will serve you your application to build your web application that we saw, which is ML based. So that you can use directly for prediction and for testing the results. So just one cool thing about this is that this is a quick video. It shows whatever steps I said now, it shows right here. So you go into Vertex AI console, click data sets. In our case, we have a single label configuration, single label text classification model. So that's what we will select. It's not image, it's not tabular, it's text. Text classification, single label, hit create, and all you have to do is go to, I think, yeah, same data sets. Once you do that, you will have to, in this case, I'm uploading the file just to show the demo, but the actual experiment has also been conducted by integrating BigQuery data into it. So you use that and go to training, click create over there, provide the configuration details as to what the source is, what is the data set you're using, and what is the training, testing, and evaluation percentage of the data that you want to use. Provide all that. In the case of BigQuery, there'll be some advanced configurations, questions that will be asked. Configure all that and hit start training. That's it. That's all it takes in order to build an AutoML model with Vertex AI. You can also build custom model. That's not part of the demo anyway. So once that's done, you click deploy to endpoint. Because I evaluated, I was happy with the results. I'm clicking deploy. Now I received a URL, an endpoint for that API. I use the endpoint and I'm testing it with a sample complaint, and I saw that the predicted result, it's 70%, close to 70% a speed issue. So now, what I did on purpose was, in the data, I wrongly labeled, in my training data, I wrongly labeled one of the rows as, if you see, I have labeled it as overcharge, when in reality it was a speed issue. Just for that one record, I wrongly labeled it and left the rest accurately, the training data. But I wanted to see whether Vertex AI is able to rightly identify that as a speed issue and not just go with the training data that I provided. And that's what you saw. Ultimately, the trained model identified that it was a speed issue, even though I had wrongly labeled it. So all I wanted to say, the point I wanted to make there is it's an AutoML. It's an AutoML solution, and the accuracy was satisfactory for me because it even corrected the wrongly labeled information on its own. So anyway, I'll end with a question that I opened up initially. So most of you might know this, or you may or may not. Tennis fans? Nice. So if you know, if you know, initially when Andre Agassi was playing against Boris Becker, he lost 3 matches in a row, and he was worried because he was always known to be he's always known to be like good in returning serves. So he was worried, and he wanted to look at the data. He went through the data time and over and again. Data in the sense videos. Sorry, I have to switch when I'm telling the stories. So he started watching videos of Boris Becker's matches and his match against him, and over and over and over again, to find out like what is it that he's doing that he's not able to match, or what is it that he's doing that he's not able to return. So he observed something which he utilized or which he made use of, and that allowed him to win the next 9 out of 10 matches that he had with Boris Becker. He was literally finished. So that is the power of data. That is the power of observation. That's the power of pattern. That's the power of ML and prediction. The reason I again slipped this slide in here is because I wanted you to first of all open it up to identify what exactly you see here that is that he would have observed in the data. What is it one thing that he observed, yeah? Right, exactly. So Boris Becker, you can collect your swag. So anyway, the point is he had the stick with his tongue that he sticks his tongue out every time Boris Becker was serving, whether he is serving to the body or wide out, he'll keep the tongue accordingly. So I guess he was able to see that, and in the next few matches, he consciously knew, okay, if his tongue in the center, the ball is coming straight to his body. If he's going to the side, he know that he's serving to the sides. So he just kept that. But you know what he said? The most difficult part was not returning his serve anymore. The difficult part was to hide the fact that he knows it, because if that is known, then Boris Becker is going to change that. He's not going to do that anymore, and he's possibly going to lose again. So that was the most difficult part. So this answers the question that I asked before. How did he manage? So the answer to the first question also, like what can they do, the retailers do better in order to communicate that they're targeting them instead of, you know, hurting their emotions, or instead of letting them know that they're doing it, is what Andre Agassi did here, that he sandwiched that information between, like basically he just had to act like he didn't know where the serve was coming in from. So he sandwiched his responses to the information that he already knew before he only used that for, you know, select services to make sure that he doesn't come to know. So that's exactly what we call, that's called responsible AI as well. Since we are all building businesses, we are building communities, we are technologists, we are data scientists, researchers. One thing that we have to keep in mind is to build responsible AI. But anyway, I would like to stop here because my time is up. But thank you so much for this, and I will leave you with this thought. If there is one thing you take away from this session, I'd like for you to remember that 2 things actually. One is to build responsible AI and put service before everything. Even if you're using technology, even if you're the mastermind of the decade, still keep customer experience as your first and foremost reason of why you started it all in the first place. And secondly, the databases part, the design, or the application design part. What questions will you ask? Go back to that, because that is critical in making your business successful. That way, 6 months down the line, you would not be wondering, okay, I did it all wrong, I have to start all over again. And the reason why I incorporated these topics in the keynote today is I know there's going to be a lineup of speakers, and all of them are going to talk about something related to data or something related to monitoring, web application building, Flutter, this and that. But ultimately, the underlying fact is you need to think about what is important and how data is playing the vital role, and that is exactly why I took that as the essence of the keynote talk today. And there's different services within Google Cloud that enable you to build that application, to monitor your application, to build data science solutions and all that. So stay in touch with me. I'll leave in the QR code where you can look for more of my work in that area, and reach out to me if you have specific questions. So I'll just leave it here. Yeah, you can reach out to me, and also if you're interested in going back home and trying out some of the services that we discussed today, feel free to do that. And if you end up using it for any of your startup ideas or your own innovative ideas and businesses or solutions, hit me up. We can definitely work on getting that published or getting that story heard, which will be useful for the both of us. So thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
All right, a big round of applause for Abhirami. That was...
Yay! Awesome. So that was the keynote for today. Now, I hope that has set up the tone, although I know that you guys might not be happy that you were not able to participate. I assure you there are no more streaming talks today. All the other talks are live, and the speakers are right here. All right? So without any further ado, I would like to invite our next speaker on the stage. His name is Jeetal Patel. He is today talking about setting up localization infrastructure for your developers. How many of you know what localization is? Localization?
Some noise, guys.
Shout, shout, no? Nobody knows localization? Do you know what local means? Making things local is localization. So simple. All right. So let me just tell you a little bit about Jeetal. Jeetal Patel is a software engineer at Google. He has a demonstrated history of working in the industry and is highly skilled in Java and Python. Previously, he has worked at Repute Network and VMware and holds a bachelor's degree focused in majors in aerospace engineering and computer science engineering from IIT Kanpur. Give a big round of applause for Jeetal.
I think someone has good slides. Yeah. You getting it?
Meanwhile, Jeetal gets set up. I'll just talk a little bit about localization. So what all things can make something local? Anyone has any ideas? Shout out. Language. What else? Food. Okay, we are talking about software here. Yeah, but language plays a big role. I think we had some talks yesterday as well. What?
Operating system.
Did someone say something? Yeah, go ahead, say.
Operating system.
Come again?
Local OS.
Local OS.
Local infra.
Okay, all right. What else?
Local storage area networks like
computing,
like storage and everything else.
I don't know how does that contribute to localization, but yeah, all right.
Actually, direct attached storage is a local storage system for you. You can store your files over there, and you can also connect it with the server in some remote places to have that as your.
All right, so I think I confused the definition of localization. Yeah. Localization is not making things, available on the local network. It's a general term. So basically, if suppose you came to Bangalore and you eat, say, a burger here. Burger is, so now we can call it a local food, but yeah, it generally is something that if you're doing something which is local, then that is a localized experience. If you're doing something international, something which is available everywhere, which is not personalized, that is not localized. So that will basically be Jeetal's talk. So I was hoping that by this time he will get set up. All right. So Dockers again are, technology. Here we are talking about experience, and he'll talk about how does he implement that in Google. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. So for example, how many of you have played Cards Against Humanity? Wow. Okay, one person, 2, 3, 4. Okay, Cards Against Humanity is a really good cards game, but for Americans. Why? Because it has so many things which are referencing American, celebrities and whatnot. Even if you watch a lot of American TV shows, you will not get a lot of jokes because they are about celebrities and events that happen over there. Similarly, so if you want to play Cards Against Humanity in India, there are some alternative card games, right? Cards Against Insaniyat. and those kinds of games. So if you buy that in India, being Indians, you'll enjoy that a lot more because that is a localized version of the game. All right, I hope Jitel is ready now.
Okay, meanwhile, let's do some networking, okay? So we stop somewhere in the middle, right?
Oh, it's done.
It's done?
Yeah.
Okay.
All right, let's get started.
Maharaj, kuch.
We'll come back to that.
Yeah. Don't worry, I'll get back to you.
Jital.
Hello. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm hoping you guys can hear me. Sorry for the delay. I'm starting to use Chromebook and I think struggling with the setup. So no more waiting. I'll start right away. So hi, I'm Jital. Avikalp gave a kind of good introduction. Avikalp and me have been batchmates in the college. So as he started with, I think it's a good question. Like, what do you think am I talking about here? What is localization? So just to give you a hint of what exactly it is, I think it would be really nice if you can open your phones, go to google.com and just use what language you prefer, which is your mother tongue or the other language than English. And then you would see, I think take us few seconds and just try that out. And you would see the whole user interface change into the language that you have chosen. So that's what my team does, and that's what the major part of localization is. So the particular thing that you would see on Google, the Google search, that is called as user interface localization. So user interface localization generally works with like whatever user interfaces you are interact with that are localized by itself. So my talk, I think a lot of people here are ML enthusiasts, some are cloud enthusiasts. I think my talk would have everything included some part. I will skim through the top level of how to solve localization problem in your, figured out that like only 5% or Indian speakers like are very English proficient, more other 95% require other language to communicate or to figure out things. So your question would be like, majorly I am good, I use Google every day, Gmail every day, Android every day, and you, most of us have been using it in English. So you would be like, why do I care? Why you as a developer should care? Because so we as a developer always want that our product is used by as many users as possible, right? So let's say if you have an interface which is in English and you take it to, let's say, your grandmother or someone who is not very proficient with English, okay, it could be mom, dad, they know, they can figure out English text, but they still want to look in depth on what exactly things are. So that's where the localization comes in. So as I said, like 90% are more comfortable in non-English languages. So this brings me to like what the actual distribution of users in India is. So this is a 2021 survey where there were just 500 million users, and we are growing at rate of 20% users per year. So as you can see, majority are like Hindi speakers, but if you see, like even if you create an app, you need at least 8 more languages to just cater to the 80% of people. So that is where the localization becomes more important. And this is one of the challenges that each and every company in India is trying to tackle. So till you are there in the metro kind of a situation, the tier 1 cities, you would be more than fine tackling localizations, but as you go beyond tier 1 cities, you need to localize your app to get better responses. So this is about why localization for India is challenging. So in other economies outside India, mostly there is, if it's an economic powerhouse, you would generally see 1 or at most 2 or 3 languages. But in India itself, as you know, Constitution specifies 23 languages that are official languages, and that's why it's a more difficult problem for localization in India. And now with India becoming self-reliant on lot of things, there is also a great push to develop people in their own languages so that we can do more for get the more internet penetration we require. So if you know, like Android releases in 10 languages in India, so people can use the Android interface better. So coming to that, exactly what my next would be, like why user interface is a tough problem. So does anyone want to take a shot at it? Like why would localization of user interface be a tough problem? Anyone to try? You can raise your hands if anyone has a thought. Yeah, I think I can see someone there.
The data set for each individual thing, like for English, Kannada, and other languages?
Yeah, that is true. So I think, sorry, what was your name? May I know?
Pratibha.
Huh.
Pratibha.
Pratibha. So as Pratibha said, that data set could be one of the reasons that could cause it to be a tougher problem. But here, one of the assumptions is that we would directly use machine translations, and English to Hindi, or let's say English to Hindi is still a more common data set which would be available. But let's say something like I'm a Gujarati, so English to Gujarati would be slightly difficult. Or let's say if you want to go into some specifics like English to Kathiawadi, it would be more difficult to get the data sets. So that's a very fair answer. Data sets would be one of the main issue. Anyone else?
Too much information to be put under a single screen.
Too much information to be put under single screen. Yeah, that is true. So can you explain on one of the user interfaces which you feel where there was too much information in one single screen?
Sometimes we have terms that are smaller in English and bigger in Hindi. So when we switch from English to Hindi, the space managing capacity is sometimes disturbed.
Yeah.
So that's the issue we face.
Oh, that is a very good point, and one of the points that I was going to raise. Exactly. So, sorry, what's your name?
Shubham Kumar.
Shubham Kumar. So as Shubham has said that if your localization, so let's say English says do this, Hindi it would be aap ye kariye, theek hai? Now if you see here, I increased from 3 to 4 characters to something like 7 to 8 characters. Now you as a developer would not be aware like what the length of translations would be. So that's where the problem starts. So you design your user interface with only 4, thinking that okay, I would just have 4 characters, and the Hindi translation comes and the experience is bad for the user. So this is one of the main reasons how localization becomes difficult problem. Anyone else you want to try?
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. Yes, I can see you.
Actually, the translation seems to be difficult based on the grammatical representation of each and every languages which was available recently. Actually, we did a project of converting our literature Tulkopium to JSON with different representation. Actually, we are intended to make use of the Unicodes, which will be available for all the languages.
Right.
But that Unicode seems to be a little bit of error, which cannot be represented according to the grammatical representation of the regional languages. So that is very, very tedious. So again, we are in the position of converting the ISO standards as well as the Unicode representations in order to bring the particular I-18N or L10N to be in proper representation.
Oh.
That's the tediousness which will be occurred. This is Satish from GDG Salem.
Yeah. Hi, Satish. Yeah, that is one of the very good point. So let's say we start with, for first thing, even if you localize, you have to have the right script to show the content, right? But since the Unicode has not expanded to your to the language you are trying to translate, or it has expanded, but there are still some nuances that it has not covered, and the device or the surface you are trying to does not have the most latest version of Unicode, or everything is right, and then still you have some gaps in Unicode itself. So these are the things that make localization more difficult because the interface that you want to show also has to support the right characters and the language and the Unicode strings. Yeah, I'll take just one last if anyone wants to give it a shot. Yeah.
I think it depends on word-to-word translation also.
So I believe that even context translation might be a problem. For example, if there's a sentence in Hindi and then it's automatically being translated to English. So I'm not able to think of an example on the top of my head, but so we've seen instances where something means something, there's a different meaning in Hindi for the same translated sentence, but like when translated to English, it means an entirely different thing. So that could be a challenge in localization.
So I think I can give an example of this. So let's say this is one of the other problems. So a very good example of this we have, okay, I'll move to next slide. So yeah, most of you answered what I was trying to say and very, very good part at it. I would, sorry, what was your name? I missed. Yeah. Santosh, okay. So what Santosh says is that let's say there is some context in English, the context would not be same in Hindi. So let's just take an example of drive. Okay. We have a product called Google Drive, and Drive, if you just write that string in your code, and there is other string that says, that refers to a hard disk drive, and there also you write, I'll use this drive. So this drive would change to something in Hindi, or let's say a more common thing, which is a verb that I'll drive to this place. So there are three instances of drive. One is Google Drive, one is drive that refers to disk, and one is drive that is activity that you are driving a car. And when you move to Hindi, that third drive would not be valid, but that first two drives, since they are nouns, they still exist there. And sometimes we also have translations for drive in Hindi that are more accurate, saying, okay, this is disk. They won't say disk, but yeah, to store something, that is how it is. So when you move from one language to another, some nouns context stays, some words context loses, and you have to take care of these grammatical issues when you are translating. So that makes translating a real big problem. So this was what my context is important was. But one thing that most people right now assume is that we would do a machine translation for user interfaces. So as you all rightly pointed out, that the context is important and your translations can go wrong. So that's why in Google we also do human translations for resources, so that we also generate a good data set and we have more accurate representations. Like what happens, if we rely on, so everyone has used Google Translate here, and that is one of the state-of-the-art models we have for translating content. If we rely on those models for user interfaces, it might happen that it goes into, like user gets confused. So there is one very good example here. So this was the translation. So this is on the right side is my phone. There is remove and uninstall. This is a translation in Russian. So both are same. Now whenever the developer send the translation, they would have written remove and there would be another string uninstall. But the translator, first the machine also could not find the good translation, and then the translator also wasn't aware of what the context is. So that's why this is a difficult problem. If you guys does anyone want to try how they would translate uninstall in Hindi? Let's say. You have remove and uninstall, you have to explain that. Does anyone want to give it a shot? Hindi or whichever language you are comfortable in. Okay, I think generally people would avoid that. Even I don't know what uninstall in Hindi is. So generally we do a transliteration in those cases. So we just write uninstall in Devanagari script and then expect the user to get the context of uninstall. So this is how the whole user interface localization problem exists. Okay, this is a very good example. So now let's say, so this is a normal placeholder string. So I'm guessing everyone has used string.format here. So there are two placeholders. One is my name and one is number of photos. Okay. So just getting this translated, Like, can you, so I have list of nuances that I have already mentioned here, but can someone explain what issues you would see while translating these? You have your hints if anyone wants to give it a shot. Why would translating this be a problem?
Guys, basic rules, okay? If anyone has any question, just raise your hand or just stand up and ask.
Yeah.
We do have a Q&A session at the end of the session. You can just note down your question and you can interact with.
There can be issues with the hard-coded string. Like there are some English names which can be something like Bones, Susan Bones. How can it be translated in Hindi? It can be Susan Haddiyan.
Exactly.
It can be
So that is fair point. So your name could require translation. So that's why we assume that name is, let's say, a placeholder. So whatever it would be in, if it's a placeholder string, then you wouldn't translate that. You would skip that translation, but still your sentence has to be in grammatically correct. So let's say Susan Bones has sent you X number of photos, but your name is replaced by the whatever the word is, and we expect that the user has written in their name or the word in in the language that they are comfortable in. So let's say if I am Jital and I am not comfortable with English, I would write Jital in Hindi. That's what the expectation is. That's why we write name as a placeholder. But it's a fair point. Let's say if you don't do it that way and you put name as a part of string and send it for translations, you might have incorrect translations. Fair. I'll take just one last one. Yeah.
So in some languages, the hard-coded strings won't work because in some languages, name would come later and number would come first.
Yeah.
So these strings will no longer be valid in that situations.
Exactly. That's a very, very fair point. So let's say this is exactly the string, but in some languages, it would be ki, the five photos were uploaded by, so that if you translate in Hindi, the num would come first and the name would go back. So those kind of flips would affect your code. So that's why you get this string translated, but you tell the translator that okay, these are my placeholder and translate this. So that's a very good point. But there is one more thing here. So let's say, if you have num photos, so you would say if I have 0 photos, if you have 1, you would say 1 photo, and if you have many, let's say 10, so you would have say 10 photos. So in English we just have singular and plurals, but in other languages like say French, you would have a different case for few. If there is a few, then you would say it differently, and if there is many, you would say it differently. So even in plurals you have multiple ways to say it. Same goes for 2. So sometimes you would say 2 in some languages as, it won't be a plural, but it would be a singular word with a specific word. So these kind of grammatical nuances are tackled by internationalization. So you should always placeholder your string, and then translators are aware that, okay, if it's a num and Hindi, then you have to do translation in Thi, and if it's a name, then you have to do translation in, so one other scenario was name could be male or a female name. So accordingly, the sentence would change. So there it is written photos from his album. So the assumption is that the name is male, but it was not necessary. And with more rules, you could have multiple choices in gender. So that is the thing that makes translations hard. Yeah. So that's a understanding of the problem. I'll move now. How do we tackle this? Okay. So as I said, this talk I wanted to talk about how the developers should build infrastructure in their organizations. So it should be very simple for whoever is the UI developer. They should be able to submit pull requests or change requests into their code, and once that is done, something automatically should happen and translations should be checked back into the code. So this magic box is something that a organization should provide to developers to increase their efficiency. So I'll talk about what exactly this magic box is. So let's say if I am a developer who is developing a user interface, and I figure out that okay, there are 5 strings I have. So everyone has worked with like would have seen how to write Android apps or iOS apps, right? You always write one specific strings file. You always write your strings in a file. And so the thought process around that was that it would be used for easy localization. So what we do is we define strings in our file, use IDs everywhere, and then you just get that strings file translated. So once you have that strings file translated, whenever your build has to be done in, let's say, Hindi, then it would pick the strings file that is translated in Hindi, and you would directly get it. Now, for developers, it should be so simple. Like this iOS and Android make it simple for developers to do localization, but this should extend to web localizations as well. So many companies usually write JSON files. Their strings are written in JSON files and then they are translated. Some companies usually write them, like let's say there is a I18 and Next library in React that uses HTML or messages in HTML file, then it extracts and sends it out for translations. So all these things should be abstracted from the developer, and a team should just pull the strings out of their code base daily, send for translations. Once translated, push them back. So this is what the philosophy for the development should be. Yeah. So now the question is how to tackle, how should your developer tackle the nuances around this. So there are I18 and libraries. So as someone had rightly pointed out that you have the I18 and libraries, the Unicode libraries to help you with getting different ways your language can be represented. There are also I18 and libraries that aid you with translation. So I18 and libraries expose a format called message format, and that can be used in case where you have complicated scenarios like plurals or gender. So this is what, so you should recommend developers to write your code as much as possible using the I18 and libraries developed by Unicode so that it is more consistent across the code base. On that note, I would like to move to the next part of it. I think one of the problems that were raised was that your string can extend beyond the length, and your user interfaces are bad, and so that is one of the problems that a lot of UI developers face. So you should have a system for pseudo localization. So what does pseudo localization do? So let's say you send for translations, and translations take time getting back. So what you do is you do a pseudo localization. So you say that my text can be increased by 50% or decreased by 50%. So as you can see here, we just increase the send feedback by 50% to verify that my CTAs are not going bad. Same goes here. Read blog post has additional O's with BD markers so that you can understand that, okay, my surfaces are supporting all the nuances that can be present in the Unicode. So that is the third thing. So right now we have said the length is a problem and the BD markers could be a problem. There is third thing. You also have to figure out a user interface for right to left text. So right now we mostly assume that all the text is left to right, but if you go to Arabic languages, you would see that there is also right to left text problems, and that is what we will, you also take care in pseudo localization. So pseudo localization helps you understand. So as you can see, the language and input has been just reversed and started from left to right to verify that your user interfaces are correctly made. So this is what pseudo localization is. So an integration with a pseudo localization pipeline would definitely help you. So this is the last part of the talk, like how to ensure that you are shipping builds that are fully translated. So there are two main things. So let's say if you are shipping an Android APK or a iOS IPA, you can definitely write some tools to verify that if a message is present in English string file, it is present in Hindi, or any other localizations you are trying to do, it is present there. And you can write build tools to verify that. Before build, always ensure that the translations are 99% or 100%, and then you ship. So these could be fairly simple tools, but for, let's say, if you have multiple technologies in your company, then you would require a base tool and then extend it for, let's say, Java or Python, and you have to improve your tools. Other is translations take time. As I said, it's not always machine translation, and it could take time to get your translations back. So make it a habit in your organization to keep backup strings. So once backup strings are there, if the translation has not arrived, so let's say you had written a CTA called update and you move it to updated, but your translations would change because you have changed the string, the tense and everything. So by the time the translations arrive, make sure you add a backup message ID so that you can reuse the older translations. Yeah. So like, as I said, it's a difficult problem, but there are a lot of tools to help you solve the problem. So there are good number of startups and big companies trying to solve this. So few I have mentioned. So Localize is one of the good startups who have all these tools integrated into themselves, and they are just like a click away, and you would have GitHub integrations, build integrations, a way for translations to be managed and everything. If you are doing iOS or APKs, Google itself provides a localization support if you are a Google developer. So basically you can use our Play console to get your APKs translated in whichever language you want. And lastly, if these seem costly, you can always use Google Translate API to get your translation, like get your app localized. Although it would be a very good translation, but in user interfaces, generally it is recommended you use Google Play localization. Yeah, so thank you. I think these were my slides.
So thank you so much, Jital, for this. Yeah, I'll just open up the Q&A for now.
If you have any questions.
Just 2 questions. We are running short on time. So yeah, there's one question over there.
Hi, my name is Siddhivinayak, and I have a question. You just mentioned pseudo localization reduces the time required for translating the script, right?
Yeah.
So can a ML model be deployed on the device, that is Android phone or iOS phone, where the pseudo localization is taken care in that model itself? It reduces the time and then it sends to the Google Translate API.
Yeah, so generally the thought process around pseudo localization is not just to get the translations, but also to test. It's like to test that your Android interface is right. It supports right to left text. If the text increases, then you can support it. Answering your questions, can you deploy a model inside your phone? So translation is different from pseudo localization. Pseudo localization is more towards just to verify your build is right, and translation is to get the final translations. But the second part of the question, whether we can use an internal ML model to translate the apps inside, that's a very good feedback, that instead of calling translate APIs, we use internal model. Yeah, so definitely we ourselves use a small model to translate apps very fast till the translations arrive, so that the users can, like our developers can ship faster. But definitely, that's a good feedback. We would work towards it and find like what.
Just a follow-up question. Does such a system exist for developers to use in the form of an API or something?
No. So generally, right now the translation models that are shipped outside Google are more elaborate models. So usually we still run them on our data centers. Yeah.
Great. Thank you.
Just one more question we have time for. Yeah, we have it.
My name is Vijayan Prateek, and currently I'm a Java developer also.
Sure.
I have one doubt, like you told in the translation we have some threshold values. So that threshold values depend upon apps to apps, or how? Like it depends actually which app you are using. If the data is more, maybe the threshold value can vary. So you change the threshold value for the translation purpose, or what?
Sorry, can you rephrase, like which threshold values, the length of the strings or the quality of translation?
The quality of translation, like, yeah.
Okay, so generally, so are you talking from the machine translation perspective, like ML models being deployed to translate, or just the human translations taking long time? What is?
No, machine translation.
Okay, okay, sure. So yeah, I'll answer that. So basically, in machine translation, so generally, let's say why the Google Translate and UI translations problems are different. So right now, we are also internally working on something to do machine translations. But in Google Translate, you are doing a open world translations. When you are doing user interface, you have a set of rules around glossary that, okay, drive is a product. This is how you should write so that it is not violating European Union rules. So these kind of rules we have, it's a closed set of rules, but that rules we have to do it for many languages. So let's say translate is available for 40 languages, we do UI interface translations in 140 languages. So that's the difference. So the long tail of languages that generally don't have that much data set to work and improve. But yeah, thresholds, so I understand your thought process around thresholds, but it's not just thresholds, it's much more to the model that is being used. I would like to say that, yeah.
Awesome.
Thanks.
Great, Jitil, thank you. Thanks a lot
everyone.
for the session.
So I'll be around. If you have any questions, just let me know.
Yeah, exactly. That was what I was going to say.
Thank you, Jital. Thank you so much. Now let's get into networking. Guys, make some noise. I'm literally making your job so easy. Okay. Let's go to Sujal. Where is Sujal? Sujal, raise your hand. Where are you?
Are you setting up your own?
No, he's not there.
Maybe someone else.
Okay. Where is Harsh? Harsh. Nobody is here. Where? Please get up.
There are no seats.
Harsh is also. Hey, we have surprises, by the way. All introverts. Where is Murugan? Hey, Murugan is also not there. Oh, Siddharth. Hi, Siddharth.
That
Where is Siddharth? Your friends wanted to tell you something.
Hi, I'm Siddharth. This is my. Okay. I'm Siddharth. This is my first Devfest, and I recently graduated from college. And hi, everyone.
Hi, Siddharth.
Hi, Siddharth. Hi, Siddharth. I like your slang. Okay, you wanted to share your LinkedIn profile, something like that, Twitter, Instagram. No. Fine. Guys, still you can find Siddharth, okay? Just search.
You might find Siddharth Malhotra, but that's fine.
Please introduce.
Myself Harshavardhan. I'm from final year engineering. I'm doing my engineering in Oxford College of Engineering. And I'm attending Devfest for the first time.
What are you excited about? Goodies, swags, content.
That's what.
Food.
I love to learn new technologies, and
okay. So what are you into, like ML, cloud? What do you like most?
Actually, yeah, we have studied last some about some cloud. This year we have ML. So
you think these sessions will be useful for you, right?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. Yeah. आज those बहुत they are very high.
So hello, and I'm actually kind of glad I got to speak because I wanted to ask them question twice and then I didn't get a turn. So hello everyone, I'm Darshan, and this is my first Devfest. So the thing is, I couldn't register on time, then I had to go through side channels. I made it on spot today and I got through.
Thank you. We are glad that you made it. Thank you so much. Would you like to say something else?
Yeah. Since we had pandemic and all for like last 2 years, it's really huge to be present in an offline event in person, get to learn a lot. Even the first session in that track was really fun. Even this was really fun. I'm overall grateful for the experience rather than just goodies food or something.
Great. We want audience like him. Round of applause for him. Okay. Thank you. What's your name?
I'm Darshan.
Hi, Darshan. Guys, you have to say hi. When someone says hi, you have to say hi.
This is so much fun today.
Hi everyone, I'm Manish and I'm here with my friends, a group of 9, and we are from Hyderabad. We have come here only to attend the Devfest, and this is our first Devfest, and we had a great day yesterday and hoping for the same, and we are sure that we'll be having a great session today as well, and we are switching between 2 tracks, finding our own interests, and that's a lot of learning for us. And those who all can connect me on LinkedIn, I'm on Manish Vasam, and I'm an undergraduate in artificial intelligence.
Great, great. Thank you.
One of the volunteers, please, the whole front.
Hello everyone, I am Maruti. Nice to meet you all, seeing all tech enthusiasts under a single roof. So I'm a GDSE lead from Siddhganga Institute of Technology, and it's my first day first. Hoping to learn a lot, and also having some nice food and goodies.
Okay,
I know.
is this your first day or second day?
I was registered for both due to the all ticketing mess. I was not able to attend the day 1.
Okay. Next time we'll make sure that we'll fix that, okay?
Hoping so. You can all connect with me on Twitter. My Twitter handle is SecEncoded, security encoded in short. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Pooja Shivani. I work at Oracle. So this is my second day at GDG. So yesterday they had discussed case studies in which Google services helped overcoming some real life problems. So it's worth attending. And moreover, the most important thing is connecting with the community and sharing tech stack and knowledge. This is all about it. So you guys can connect with me on LinkedIn, Pooja Shivani. And yesterday I had a flagship talk on how to rank your website on Google. So that too I'll be posting on LinkedIn. So you guys can watch it if you really want to. So yeah, that's all.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Hello, myself Purnachandra Kashi. I've been former GDSE lead for the Oxford College of Bangalore. I recently graduated and working in Parablue Systems as a full stack engineer. And Devfest, this is my first Devfest. I've attended Devfest online last year. And we also organized few events with GDG Bangalore called DSE WOF. It was one of the India's largest online fest. So I am here to network, learn things like new technologies, to explore, and to make good friends.
Great.
And do connect me on LinkedIn, Purnachandra Kashi. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. So I think we are on time now. So we'll call up the next speaker.
Yeah, sure.
Alexia, do you want to introduce it?
Yeah. Okay, without any further delay, let's introduce our next speaker. So how many of you guys raised hands for ML enthusiasts, right? Can you just raise again?
Or make some noise.
Oh, so many members. So our very next speaker is Sayak Paul. How many of you know him? Okay, please do send LinkedIn request. We'll make sure that he'll accept it today. Okay, sorry, just this thing. Okay, so today's topic is building a mobile optimized model for image recognition. So Sayak is a machine learning engineer at Carted, working on representation learning and ML ops. He's passionate about open source and has contributed to Keras CV, Hugging Face, Transformers, etc. Of the work, he loves to binge watch things on Netflix. So you can, post the session, you can discuss the Netflix series also. Sayak is very open to that. So over to you, Sayak.
A big round of applause.
Hello, am I audible? Cool. All right. As they introduced me, I'm Sayak. Hi, thanks for coming. Today, I would like to talk to you about mobile optimized models for image recognition. Just to get a show of hands, how many of you are into ML, like have got started doing things actively? How many of you are into mobile application development? And how many of you would like to work at the intersection, like shipping mobile applications with ML models embedded? Cool, fair mix, cool. I'll get started. Doesn't work. It's not getting forwarded. Oh, cool. Sort of shamelessly reintroducing myself. I'm an ML engineer at an Australian startup called Carted. We are into e-commerce, and I'm going to share the slides after my talk. I'm going to share a short link, so you do not need to click pictures. We can just focus on the discussions itself. So yeah, we are into e-commerce. We get to work with a lot of data. Specifically, I get to work with an internet scale of text data. So that's that. I'm also an avid open source enthusiast. I have contributed to Keras, TensorFlow, Keras CV, Hugging Face Transformers, and so on. And off the work, when I'm not working on anything, I like to binge watch stuff on Netflix. And I just completed Peaky Blinders and Better Call Saul. And if you ever wanted to contact me, all my coordinates are at sayak.dev. So with that, get out of the way. Let's get started. And this is why I wanted to get a show of hands. I would expect some familiarity with deep learning, especially with computer vision, because that's the thing we are going to focus today from the audience. But the recipes that we are going to discuss in this session will hopefully be, useful for other domains like audio, text, and so on. So yeah, let's get a crack or a taste of the problem statement that we are trying to solve. So the task is pretty simple. Given an image, the task is to predict which scene it belongs to. Let's say you have a landscape. Let's say you have a photo of a sunrise. Let's say you have a night landscape or whatever. So some scene examples include sunset, sunrise, night shot, underwater, and so on. And it comes from a dataset called camera scene dataset. I have also cited it in the footnote, as you can see. And we have got about 500,000 images for training. Those are categorized into 100 distinct labels. And in the original training set, some stats, no significant labeling skews, like we do not have 5 images of a particular category. We have got a fairly, fair distribution of the different 100 distinct scenes. And we have got about 0.1 noisy levels, that is to say 6 has been categorized as 9. So there's only 0.1% of level noise. And here are some images from the training set. We have got a fair mix. And as you can notice, these are all scene images, right? We have got scenes of mountains, we have got scenes of beaches, we have got scenes of sunrises and sunsets and so on. And some application constraints. So it's easy to host a model using cloud service providers, right? As Abhi was mentioning in her keynote talk, like it's fairly easy to, you just need to click deploy and the endpoint will be ready for you in no time, right? But it's more difficult if you wanted to pack that ML model within your mobile application itself. So that comes with some application constraints, right? The result, as I am mentioning here, the first constraint that we need to take care about is the mobile model itself needs to be packaged within the mobile application. Then it immediately sort of sets a restriction that are imposed by the platforms like Play Store, App Store. Like we typically have a restriction on the final application size that your applications will be having. And then, of course, this sets a restriction on the model size that I can have. So in our case, the maximum model size was 15 to 20 MB, which is kind of less if you ever wanted to get a good model. And the latency requirements were under millisecond, and latency in this case means the time it requires you to pass an image through the model and get the predictions out of it. So that's latency here. And other constraints included battery consumption, memory consumption, and these days all the mobile phones come with modern hardware accelerators such as GPUs, NPUs. The Samsung phones come with NPUs. Then Pixel phones come with HTPUs. So whenever possible, the applications should also be taking advantage of those hardware accelerators. So these are some application constraints that were set by one of our clients. And by the way, this is one of my favorite projects in my ML career, which has spanned about 4 years now. So that's why I'm really excited to talk about it. And this is a project that I did when I was working in PyMeth Search. So how many of you have heard about PyMeth Search? Anyone? Okay, 4 or 5, cool. So I used to be an employee of PyMeth Search. So these are some additional constraints. In a nutshell, we wanted to have a model that is accurate, that is cheap, that is fast. Right? These are the three primary criteria that we had to cater to. And as an ML engineer, you would want to have your models as accurate, as cheap, and also as fast as possible. That's probably one of the smartest ways to impress your managers anyway. So yeah. An approach. Let's get down to the implementation details. So this is the overall approach. So we started by training a well-performing teacher model, and we are going to get to what teacher and student means in our context. So we started by training a well-performing teacher model. Then we so-called distilled it into a smaller student model. Then we applied something called post-training quantization, and then the final mobile model was obtained by performing conversions with TF-Lite. So it's okay if you do not understand what teacher and student models are and what knowledge distillation is. We are going to get to that. So again, for those who are into a bit more ML practice already, you might want to ask, why not train a student model directly? Why go via the route of training a separate teacher model and then distill it into a student model? So the thing is, the student model has to be a small model, right? So its depth or the capacity is already small, and there's a very well body of theory that suggests that if your model is small, it's not going to learn that much, it's not going to be that performing. So that's that. So, but we wanted to have a model that is at least 90% accurate. So in order to have that initial accuracy boost, using or training a student model from scratch was not an option for us. And knowledge distillation is a fairly well-studied component in the ML community. If you are practicing ML for a while, you would know that knowledge distillation has been well-studied and is well-backed by theory and all that. So that's that. Okay. And here's a bit of a gory details about the teacher model that I was talking about. So we basically used a recent variant of ResNet. How many of you know ResNets? Residual networks? Very cool. So it kind of shook up the entire deep learning community, I think. So we started with a modern version of ResNet, which is called the BIT family of ResNets, which is basically an extension of ResNets. We have group norm and also weight standardization. The details are not important, but I just wanted to also take note of that, since it's not the exact vanilla ResNet architecture. It's a modern variant of ResNet. And then we fine-tuned the pre-trained models on our custom camera scene dataset. And we followed something called the bit hyper rule, which was proposed by the bit authors, big transfer authors. And then the final end top one accuracy on the test set was around 96%. And from here on, our goal was to achieve a student model that was just as performant, but also was way smaller than our teacher network. Because the current ResNet that we are discussing is probably 1 GB in size, and we cannot ship a 1 GB heavy ML model within a mobile application. So that's that. And we fine-tuned it in an end-to-end manner on TPUs. So yeah, it took about 2 years, 2 hours, not years, sorry, apologies, sorry. Yeah. So this is a bit of a code, because talk is cheap, show me the code. So in Keras and TensorFlow, training or fine-tuning a bit model from TensorFlow Hub is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. If you do not care about indentation, then it's probably about 5 lines of code, and you will have a state-of-the-art image recognition model up and running within 2 hours. So yeah. And also, you might be asking that question, right? How did you choose the initial student model architecture? This is an important one to tackle. So this is our approach. So we first initially, selected a pool of models that included SqueezeNet, EfficientNet Lite, MobileNet v3 small, RegNet small, and so on. And then we actually quantized that initial pool of student models. And then we actually ran them on a few target devices. Then we obtained the latency performance. And then we finally settled with a model that provided the best size and latency trade-offs. Because we wanted to have a model that is not just fast, but which is also small in size, because that sort of gives us a competitive edge. And MobileNet v3 small was the winner. And let's now take a look at how we actually trained the student model using knowledge distillation. And of course, before we get into knowledge distillation, here are some additional tweaks we did to the MobileNet v3 architecture. We removed all the squeeze and excitation modules because they were very slow to run on mobile phones. And then we also replaced the hard swish activation layers with the Relu 6 layer because it provided us with a better performance. And we were also able to optimize the memory consumption of the applications because Relu 6 sets an upper bound on the values that can pass through that activation layer. So yeah. And this is the overall distillation pipeline that we followed. So pretty simple stuff. We use the fine-tuned model as our teacher. So this is our teacher model. So the predictions that will come out of the teacher model will act as the pseudo labels. We are not using any ground truths here. And the predictions that will come out of the MobileNet v3 model, that will act as our predicted labels, that will act as our predictions, right? And we will throw a lot of unlabeled images at both these two models, and then we will train the student model in an end-to-end fashion. This is basically knowledge distillation, and as you may have noticed, we are not using any ground truth labels. Usually in an image recognition labeled dataset, we have ground truth labels which are probably annotated by human labelers, and that takes time. But we used our fine-tuned teacher model in order to obtain so-called pseudo labels, which acted as the ground truth labels, like in a sense. That's why pseudo labels. And then we used that to train the student model, which is MobileNet v3 in this case. And here are some details about the distillation process. So as I was mentioning, I did not use any ground truth labels, and later in 2022, Google Brain researchers actually found out that using ground truth labels does not help that much in distillation. I probably missed out on a chance of publishing a good paper, but yeah, I'll leave it for later. And since the student model capacity is a lot lower, the student model is about 120x smaller in size. Since its capacity is a lot lower, we actually scraped a couple of unlabeled images from the internet, matching the original set of ground truth labels that we already had. And that helped us, increase the coverage of the overall training images, but of course in an unlabeled fashion. And we also, masked all the gradients for which the teacher model confidence was pretty low. And that actually helped us, boost the end performance of the student model quite a bit. So yeah. And we also trained the student model for longer because we had about 1 million images after we scraped images from the internet. Initially, we started off with 500,000 images, and after the internet scraping thing, we had about 1 million images in our arsenal. So it took, longer than expected to train the student model. And this is the distillation loss. Here's some math for you. So this is the KL divergence. KL loss is what we use for knowledge distillation. And we are going to get to the code in a moment, so don't let it scare you. It's way simpler in code, believe me. And this is the code. So it's, again, 5 lines of code, if you do not care about indentation. Because I like my code to look good, so that's why. 5 lines of code only, TensorFlow and Keras. This is the meat of the code that you need in order to perform knowledge distillation at scale. So as you may have noticed, we are not using the ground truth labels. X here denotes the images, and then we are obtaining the predictions from the teacher, which are going to act as our pseudo labels, and then we are computing the distillation loss, then we are computing gradients, then we are updating our model parameters. And by the model parameters only contain the parameters from the student model. That's it. 5 lines of code. And next up, I'm a numbers guy, and I'm also a firm believer of what you can't measure, you can't improve. So here are some numbers for you. So the top one accuracy on the test set was 94.8% with knowledge distillation. The teacher model, if you remember, we had around 96% accuracy. But remember, the capacity of the student model is lot lower. But still, we were able to get almost about 95% accuracy. And fine-tuning the same MobileNet V3 model actually yielded 91%, so we already have a competitive edge here. We are already 4% better, right, with knowledge distillation. And that matters a lot. And the resulting model was 120x smaller. It was only about 3.5 MB. And the initial teacher model we started off with is 1 GB in size. So, yeah, cool. And further model optimization that we performed is with pruning. So we have got lots of parameters within a neural network, right? And it is well studied, it has been well studied that low magnitude parameters do not contribute that much to your model's performance and can be easily discarded. And zeroing out those parameters, the entire process is called pruning. Basically, we take those low magnitude parameters out of the neural networks and we just set their values to 0, that's it. It's called magnitude-based pruning, and zeroing out those parameters do not hurt the end model performance. There's an entire body of work that discusses this. It's called the lottery ticket hypothesis, in case you are interested. Definitely do check out that work. Cool. And yeah, as I was mentioning, we further optimize the resultant model with pruning, magnitude-based pruning. And pruning is something, I mean, in our context, a prune model will have a lot of zeros, and having a lot of zeros within your data structure helps with compression. And mobile SDKs already provide utilities to directly consume the compressed model, which, as we will see, will be smaller in size. And again, 5 lines of code in order to prune the model. You will define your model in TensorFlow first, then you will compile it, then you will train it, then you will use the prune low magnitude method from TensorFlow model optimization toolkit. You will define some parameters, pruning specific parameters. You will again compile it and you will again train it in order to recover the lost accuracy for zeroing out the parameters. Again, 5 lines of code, nothing else. Cool. So as I was mentioning, we applied magnitude-based pruning with a target sparsity. I think we set it about 0.7 target sparsity. That means the parameters within our model will be about 70% all zeros. So yeah, and we also followed a pruning schedule. And we did not prune the earlier convolutional layers because we didn't want to disturb the low-level features that have been already learned by the earlier convolutional layers. So, and it's also a recommended good practice. And pruning resulted in a sparse model that was equally performant as the original student model, but its archive was about 2.5 MBs. So from 3.5 MBs, we are now down to 2.5 MBs without compromising the performance. And 1 MB matter a lot if you are into mobile application development, right? So as you can see, both the watermelons, probably taste similar, but they have different sizes and shapes. So time to ship, because artists ship. There's a quote around it, artists ship. Without shipment, there's nothing. So the final shipment was via TensorFlow Lite export. We used all 3 different kinds of quantization, and quantization include reduced numerical precision, layer fusion, constant folding. We can talk about these things later in an async manner, but yeah, we can ignore the details basically. So we used dynamic range in quantization. We also used static quantization. We also used FP16 quantization, and this is because we wanted to cater to a whole lot of different mobile phones, because you may not be having a Pixel, you may not be having a gory Samsung phone, you may be having a regular, commodity Android phone. So we wanted to cater to a large family of different mobile phones so that the end application could run as fast as possible. And again, 5 lines of code. You will define your model in TensorFlow, you will compile it, train it, and then you will use the TF-Lite APIs from TensorFlow, because TensorFlow Lite APIs come packaged with TensorFlow. So you will basically use only 3 lines of code in order to obtain your final TensorFlow Lite model. That's it. And if you are interested in doing deep learning in an efficient manner, you gotta definitely check this book out. I'm contributing a chapter to this book. So this book will probably come out in November, but all the drafts of this book have been made available for free. So if you are interested into building intelligent mobile applications, definitely do check this book out. And some additional ramblings here. If you are into TF Lite, then you probably should check out TF Lite Model Maker. How many of you use Google Photos, by the way? All of us probably, yeah. And even if you do not have internet connection in your mobile phone, Google Photos still operate, right? It will still show you similar faces that are similar to other, other regions of other images, right? You do not need internet connection for that. And TF Lite Model Maker can enable you to do things like that because it supports the task of image retrieval right off the bat. So definitely do check it out. And then we have got Vertex AI AutoML pipelines. In case you do not want to go through all of that, reduce your barrier to entry for obtaining a mobile optimized model, then Vertex AI AutoML is another solution, but it's also quite expensive. So do take note of that. And slides are here in case you want to refer to them. I'll just give you a minute to sort of take photos and do whatever. I'll tweet out the slides anyway. Cool. Questions? And before we actually get into the Q&A part, I also sort of, before we hop off and keeping the talk aside for a bit, if you are feeling challenged in getting started in machine learning, or if you are feeling like you are not making much progress, come talk to me. I would love to talk to you. I'm an internet taught, I consider myself to be an internet taught machine learning practitioner. So I'd love to, discover your challenges and see how I can help you. Yeah.
Thanks a lot for that.
I'll take questions.
Yeah. Guys, please raise your hands if you have any question for Sayak. We only have time for 2 questions, so yeah.
I have got 9 minutes.
Yes, we can take many more if they are quick.
So why haven't you used VGG16 or Inception?
They were not as performant as Resonance.
Okay.
That's it.
Another question for me. What about the cross-development platforms like Flutter and all? Because they have already been building.
Could you stand
apps.
up so that I can see you?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Hi. The thing is, last I heard, Flutter app sizes were a lot larger than the normal native platform app sizes in Kotlin and all. So how do you tackle that with the compression techniques of the ML model?
So see, your end mobile application size will be dependent on the machine learning model I'm giving to you, right? Giving to the mobile application developer. So our goal was to have the model size as small as possible, but without affecting the end performance. So 2.5 MB is what we could arrive to. So later, when we, sort of clubbed that into the ultimate mobile application, the entire size was around 10 MBs. So we did not, go through the Flutter development part because we were into native Android development at that time. So, yeah, I mean, I cannot provide you with a concrete answer, but know that the end mobile application size will ultimately depend on the, not just platform, the ML model that you are delivering to your mobile application developer.
Hi, back here, Rohit. So why didn't you use the ImageNet dataset? Why you ended up with?
So we actually used a model that was pre-trained on the ImageNet dataset because we were already given a dataset. The customer asked us to, give a model that is basically catered for their dataset. We couldn't use ImageNet. I'm sorry.
So just requirements.
Yeah, it was just requirement. You can also ask me questions about Google Summer of Code. I'm mentoring TensorFlow this year at Google Summer of Code.
So I have a question here. The apps are today developing for the next billion customers, and there the app size actually matters a lot.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that combined with the ML, and then that combined with the localization, how do you tackle that problem? Like, you understand this thing, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So I'm not into localization. I haven't worked on, core localization problems, but I have worked on machine translation problems, and machine translation is a very hard one to tackle if you wanted to do it in an offline manner. Like if you wanted to pack your mobile application with a good machine translation model, it's a difficult one to tackle. I think it's still an active area of research, but I can provide suggestions from my experience of working in text and other domains like images. So if you want to collate all these things together, you really need good minds and good engineering background. So, and starting with the ML model optimization part is definitely a good start. Any other questions?
Hello, I'm Abhay.
Hi.
So I'm working as a data scientist at Subex Limited.
Cool.
So I just wanted to have a clarification on the schedule labels part. So like we don't have the ground truth labels with us, right? So I think you are taking the output distribution from the big model and just asking your student model to match the ground truth probability distribution.
Yeah.
So
so the basic assumption here is the teacher model already knows about the level distribution of the original data set, right? So we are basically transferring the inductive biases the teacher has already learned, and then we are asking the student model to match the distribution predicted by the teacher. So that's why, since we are trying to match distributions, we are using KL divergence. We are not using cross entropy.
Yeah. Also, I just some added doubts on here. So what additional information do we get? Like when we are training on probability distribution, we could have also directly trained on a label predicted by the big model.
Absolutely. We could have actually used a weighted loss, right? We could have, given a certain coefficient to the predictions provided by the teacher model, and we could have actually incorporated some, ground truth labels and label them accordingly. But as I mentioned, using ground truth label doesn't help the distillation process that much, as also found out by the Google Brain researchers in 2022. So that's that.
Thank you so much.
Cool. And also, to get the big elephant out of the room, I do not work at Google Brain, so please do not ask me for reference. I mean, the Google AI hoodie could confuse you. So yeah, that's that.
Hi, my name is Sneha. So to build a perfect or exact model, they say that tuning the hyperparameters is the most important thing. So how do we exactly select the hyperparameters or optimize them? How do we exactly select them for a best model?
Good question. So with experience, you will start developing a sense of what good hyperparameters look like for a given set of tasks, and also for a given set of model architectures. But initially, you would want to use things like genetic algorithms or random search techniques in order to bootstrap the initial pool of hyperparameters that might be suitable for the given task and also for the given model architecture. But with time, you will slowly start to analyze, okay, these are certain hyperparameters that are sacred in nature. You would probably want to start using an LR of 1 in X3. If you're using Adam, that's sort of the gold standard. So with experience, these things will come clear.
So initially, there is no such thing like...
Initially, you will have to start building your intuitions by running experiments.
We have to make some experiments on it.
Definitely. I mean, deep learning is still very much an empirical branch of science. So experiments are a must.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Cool. I'll probably take 2 more. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, sir. I am Indra Kumar. As you told us that you are a self-taught ML engineer. Actually, recently I also started learning ML from whatever resources I could, like YouTube, Udemy and all that. After a point, like building basic image classifiers and all that, I get to a point where I don't know what to do next. So as a mentor for all people like us, what would you suggest us to do next?
Okay.
Like what sort of projects and where to do all those projects?
Cool. So just to set the context right, my introduction to ML was via this undergrad curriculum called Pattern Recognition in Machine Learning. It was a very mathematical introduction to ML, which I didn't really like. I studied the whole Christopher Bishop book, but it was not that helpful. Later I used internet to sort of hone my skills and take things from there. So yeah, it's a good question. So what has helped me is studying a whole lot of research papers and trying to implement them. I took the seminal research papers like Inception, ResNet, BGC16, Vision Transformers, and I tried to implement them in my own way. So that has helped me, find out all the loopholes in between these architectures, and they also help me to, build a confidence, because if you have implemented something in code, you probably already know all the implementation details, what all are, happening under the hood. So I'll definitely recommend start implementing papers and start to get an idea about how things work, at least in practice.
Thank you,
Last
sir.
question maybe?
Hello, I am Jayant. So my question is about TensorFlow model, TF Lite model, right? So when you deploy it, how would you protect your model? Because you get the point, right? So
How do I protect my model? Meaning, because
Yeah.
protection is a broad branch.
yeah, I mean, you will deploy the model in your app, right? So anybody can just decompile your app and get the model and reverse engineer, right?
I think it's a question for mobile application developers. So my point in the, I mean, my part in the whole process is just to get the model to Firebase, where mobile application developers can consume things from Firebase storage. I mean, my entire part in the workflow is still that.
Yes.
After what happens with the mobile applications, I mean, the protection and stuff like that, those aspects are taken care of by the mobile application developers.
Okay.
So I'm sorry.
Okay, guys, thank you so much, sir.
Cool. Thank you.
Before
Appreciate
we
it.
head on, we do have winners for today's networking session.
Sorry?
We do have winners for today's the networking session, and we would want you to give away the goodies to the winners.
Sure.
So our first winner is Ash Jaiswal. Yo, come.
Yeah, thank you. How do I feel? Let's see.
And our next winner is Darshan V.
That's enough? Sorry. Yeah.
Darshan.
Sometimes it comes out, you know. Yep.
Thank you, Sayak. Okay. Meanwhile, we'll do an icebreaker session, okay? So volunteers, alert. Okay, our first question is, what is the best piece of advice you have ever got at work? Raise your hands. Just get your mics, answer it. We are on timer, by the way.
Don't be afraid to fail. Try experimenting.
Good. Next, quick.
So the best piece of advice is keep your personal and professional life apart.
Great. Another one?
Yeah, my name is Sneha. So I got the advice like don't depend on anyone, especially on your mentor. Try doing it yourself.
Okay, this is kind of learning. Next.
Hello, I'm Vaishnav. So one of the best learnings I've learned in work is trust the process but not the result. So it happens whenever, like any technical or personal issues, trust the process, that's all.
Great. Last one. Last. Who is getting the mic? Yeah.
Okay.
Hi.
Okay, both of you.
Okay. So I work for the startup, and my founders said one thing: whenever you do something, there are 100 possibilities yet you thought of that may grow wrong, but there are 1,000 possibilities that you didn't even thought of.
We have the winner. Please come and collect your goodie. Make some noise, guys.
Hi everyone. Thanks for coming to the Devfest first of all. So this is Sohail here. I led GDG Nagpur community, and we are also doing the Devfest. So thanks everyone for I meeting a lot of people, like-minded people who are solving millions of problems for the community, and I think that's what makes us a developer for the future generation. Thank you so much.
Thank you. One last question. Show us your office setup. Who has it in your mobile? Come forward. Come.
You can come forward and show it to them.
Arey, come here. Run. Oh.
Sports competition.
Workstation.
The best office setup gets a goodie. Come soon. Anything is fine. Instagram, Facebook.
I have so much of my setup in my wall.
I broke my office chairs.
Okay.
And so I work at a startup, and I am the reason we get new chairs every other week because I like to play with my chairs, and I am very fond of my office chairs.
Okay.
This is literally what I wear.
Okay.
So I'm searching.
Oh, you're searching. Okay, next.
It's less random.
Okay. Wonderful.
It's a boomerang, but this is one, and I have another setup.
This is my work from home setup. I was involved in a computer vision project, and I was working on live data and live image recognition.
Yeah, this is my work from home setup as well in the lockdown. Bought a bunch of monitors to put together.
Can you introduce yourself?
My name is Saksham. My name is Saksham Garg.
And my name is Ambika. This is my work from home setup.
that?
Oh, wow.
My name is Prashant. This is my work from home setup. I like sticky notes.
As a bonus, I have Formula 1 wallpapers behind my desk, so that motivates me.
Anyone there? Okay. It's very hard to decide. People really have really cool office setup, but the winner is you.
Thank you so much. Formula 1 always wins.
No, he has really cool setup. Can you project that? Yeah.
Can this be shown on the screen?
Okay. So all F1 fans?
गुड़ी तो बनता है ना?
Awesome.
Okay, over to you, Usha.
Oh.
Avikalp is gonna introduce Usha.
Yeah.
Sorry. Monica.
All right. No worries.
Have two data science
I
tracks.
made the same mistakes yesterday, so I'll let it go. All right. So our next speaker here, so let me introduce her. Hold on. Yeah. So our next speaker is our very own, like she's part of the organizing team as well, our very own Monica Narkedamalli. Sorry, man.
It's Narkedamilli.
Narkedamilli.
Yep.
Yeah. So I just call her Monica. So yeah.
Yeah, you
Monica
can go with
Narkedamilli.
Monica, no problem.
She's going to like teach you guys how, or introduce you guys to how do you start your data science journey from you. All right. Monica is a systems engineer at TCS with around 5 years of experience. She is also a Google Developer Group Cloud Bangalore co-organizer and Women Tech Makers ambassador. And she has spoke at multiple events about data science and blogs occasionally. And she also participates in multiple hackathons and has won some of them. In her free time, she loves doing sketching and painting. Please welcome her to the stage with a big round of applause.
Hi all. Am I audible? Yeah, so how are you all? Feeling hungry? Yeah. Then I have a very sad news for you because my presentation is gonna make you even more hungrier. I'm so sorry for that, okay? But I'll try to leave you in time, okay? So that you won't miss your lunch. And yeah, my name is Monica Narkedamilli, and that is me only, but it was taken before COVID. And after COVID, I was not able to fit in the frame, so I didn't get a new picture. It's me only, okay? Yeah. So today's topic is start your data science journey from you. So any guesses what it is? So any guesses what the title means? Roadmap. Okay, it's you. YOU is, I made it as a capital. So I'm stressing on you. So any guesses? Yes, please. You can. Awesome. Have you attended my previous sessions, anybody?
No, this is the first time I'm attending your session.
Oh, okay, okay, nice, nice. Okay. Yeah, so she mostly told about it. So, yeah, anyway, you will come to know about it in my presentation. Oh. I'm so sorry, I didn't get any that sort of information. If, yeah, I'm sorry for that. Okay, so today what we are going to talk about, like we are going to cover what is data science and how you can create your own data set and how you're going to clean it and how you're going to visualize it, okay? So first, let's see what data science. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to read this definition and then I'll tell you. Yeah, so most of you people know, right, what is data science. So data science is mostly of three things, domain knowledge, programming skills, and statistics, right? But the main thing is like when you start learning, right, you have to know where to stop. We didn't even started your saying where to stop, right? No, it makes sense because you need to know what is your first learning stage. When you need to stop your first learning stage, it means learning is a never-ending process. If you keep on learning, like if you keep on reading, it's when you will start doing it, right? And here there are like three things, domain knowledge, programming languages, and statistics. Which one you will cover first? How much you will cover first? If you take domain knowledge, you will keep on learning domain knowledge, then when you will learn programming and then statistics, right? Makes sense, no? So for domain knowledge, if you are a domain expert, well and good, nobody gonna stop you. And if you're not a domain expert, still nobody's gonna stop you. Because there are a lot of problem statements which are available in the internet, and one such thing is, I mean, Kaggle. I guess many of you guys know, right, Kaggle? How many know here, Kaggle? Wow, awesome. So there are like a lot of problem statements over there in Kaggle. So you can choose any one of the problem statement and you can, sorry, we are not gonna give goodies because everyone raised, yeah. Yeah. So Kaggle is having a lot of problem statements and you can pick any one of the problem statement and start learning it, okay? For example, if you take what is that? House price prediction, yeah. If you take house price prediction, you don't need to be a civil engineer to do that, to work on that problem statement. You just need to know only a few of things, like, how you measure the area, and what is meant by plinth area, and what are the good sizes of rooms. Like, there will be like different size, like kitchen will have a unique good size, and like that bedroom and all. And you need to know what is the good size of car parking area and lot of other things. And if you're working on Indian data set, then you might need to learn Vastu also, okay? Because in India we follow that. No? We won't even believe engineers, but we will believe the people who says Vastu and say that, no, this should be here only. This should be small, this should be big. Then we will follow them. We won't even listen to the engineers. Okay. So coming to programming languages, there are like a lot of programming languages people use, Python, R, and so and so. If you're having any, if you're comfortable in any one of the language, you can happily take it. If you don't know any of the language which people are using, then how to choose a good programming language, like which suits you best, right? You can go with these sort of criteria. You can take like how many, which languages like most people use, right? If there are like 100 folks who are starting their data science journey, and out of 100 folks, 60 folks are going for Python, okay? Then you might take Python because they will, so that many people are following that trend and you will get a lot of resources in that trend, right? If you if you're gonna stop anywhere, internet is there for you to, continue your path. So you need to go with where you get a lot of resources so that it's not gonna stop your journey. And statistics, not to be a very big statistician or a Srinivas Ramanujan or anyone. You don't need to even learn any theorems. Just start with mean, median, mode, standard deviation. These things are enough. Okay, you don't concentrate on the first level itself like, मेरे को ये करना है, वो करना है नहीं. But let's start with baby steps, okay? Still you're feeling that, no, domain knowledge is still blocking me. Like I'm not able to figure out the problem statements which are there in Kaggle, and I'm not able to figure out what is the things written over there, and you're still struggling, then no issues. You can start still. Why? You can create your own data set. Like she said, try to analyze about your daily habits. Then you will know about yourself more and more. Okay, there are many things. So how you can create your own data set, like these are some of the examples, shopping, exercise, and food orders. For example, take exercises. Okay, so maybe you can start recording the data like when are you waking up, okay, and at what time you're starting your exercise, and which exercise, how many repetitions you're doing, and how much duration you're doing, and how are you feeling the entire day, and have you doing any cheat day previous day? That also matters, right? If you're doing any cheat day, next day you would need to work out more, obviously. So you can see, for these things, right, when you're gathering the data set, first you need to ask yourself, like, okay, I'm gonna know about my, this exercise, I want to analyze like how my workouts are being done, and I want to know. So you have to first question yourself, okay, I wanted to know which weekday I'm doing more workouts, which weekend I'm doing, or which time is best suits for me. So this type of questions, if you start formulating, and based on that, you can derive the column names, and you can, create the data set. For these all things like food orders, we can scrape from Swiggy and Zomato and all the others. Shopping and exercise, I didn't come across any, but if there are any, you can happily use them. Otherwise, you can create your own data set. You can just, start doing it for 1 month or 2 months. And at least you can, it's not a very big data set, though, but still, you will get a good insights from it. So for cleaning and visualizing the data set, these are some Python libraries which you need to learn. NumPy, Pandas, Beautiful Soup, Matplotlib, Seaborn, Plotly. Beautiful Soup is for web scraping, and Pandas, NumPy are for some cleaning and small visualization, and Matplotlib, Seaborn, Plotly are very good visualization packages. Okay, so yeah, so this is what I told you. I'll make you even more hungry. So let's see one example. So I'm gonna show my Swiggy dataset. So can you guess, like how many columns, how many variables of data Swiggy is capturing? Any guess? Sorry, I'm not gonna give any guesses, but yeah. Any guesses? Please, I'm not able to hear you. Any guesses? Just random number itself will be fine.
I guess they're already hungry.
One.
No. No, 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 no. You're not even closer.
1,000?
No, no. Sorry? No, 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 no. Like I'm talking about only one order, okay? It's an order history. Okay, I'll give you a little bit background. So I'm talking about Swiggy order history. If you now order one thing, like how many they are doing, like order ID, price kitna hai, discount kitna de raha hai, item kya, like these all of kind of things. How many variables Swiggy is capturing? No, no, it's not even close. First time I was like, wow, these many variables. Now how I'll clean my data and how I'll do visualization. So I was like that. No, it's not even just order ID, right? Order ID is one variable, cost is one variable, item is one variable. You're saying one, no. Okay, first I'll tell you like how I scraped this Swiggy data. I came across one beautiful article. Somebody wrote like how they scraped it. So I just did a inspect element, and then I have written a, I literally copy pasted, I changed, I just tweaked and I even copy pasted that blogs thing, and I got all my, orders data into an Excel. So that's what. But yeah, Pony, at least now can you guess how many variables they are capturing? No, not a little near your.
64.
64? No. No.
250.
No. Okay. I'll tell you. It's 195 plus. 195 are like main variables, and inside one variable there are like a lot of dictionaries. So they are 195 plus. And I even did for Zomato. Zomato, I was not getting the scraping, like I was not getting the JavaScript code. So I have a little bit of JavaScript knowledge. So I have written my code, and they are capturing around 45 to 50 variables. But these people are 195 plus. So I just tried to capture a few of the things, like what I frequently ordered item, and yeah, you can see I'm a very big foodie. You can see by my size also, but yeah, still. So plain dosa. Who don't like dosa? Nobody, right? Or anybody is here who don't like dosa? Oh, you are from North India or what? No, mostly South Indians love dosa. North Indians might opt, right? So that's why I said. Okay. So there is one more thing, like a word cloud. I very like it personally. So I just wanted to make a word cloud, like using my restaurant's frequency, like from which restaurant I'm ordering frequently. So yeah, this is what the one. Maybe you can, by these things, I guess maybe you can say that I'm a very, I eat a lot of dessert, right? It's already there in the screen. Okay, now I'll, yeah, this is how word cloud looks like. Okay, based on the frequency, as I ordered a lot of time from this restaurant, Manikanta restaurant, it is showing big, and from this rice ball, I'm ordered very less times. That's why it is looking very small. Okay, so that's the word cloud. Let me show you my notebook, Jupyter notebook. So can I have the my laptop access? I wanted to present my laptop, Jupyter notebook demo. Yeah, just a minute. Sorry, yes, some technical thing. Yeah. So first, let me show you my Swiggy data. So when I scraped it, I got like around 104 rows because I was not using during the COVID time. I'm trying out my grandma's recipes at home. So, yep, I didn't use it, but you can see like all these 195 plus columns data. right? Yeah. So coming to this, if you see, I imported the pandas library and I have read the Excel and I saw how many columns were there, and then I don't, because I can't include all the 195 plus columns because it's gonna, make the system slow. So what I did, I just took only a few columns which I need. So it also took me a lot of time to figure out like which columns were there in which inside dictionary and dictionary ke andar kaha hai. So that all things took really a lot of time for me, and then I need to serialize it, I need to unpack it, I need to do a lot of cleaning stuff to get the desired things. Okay, so this is actually recently I have taken this data. So if you can see, I'm filtering out with the delivered, with delivered ones, because few will be cancelled also, right? So I just don't want other stuff. So I have taken only delivered, and I am unpacking it over here using this AST library, and then so this is what I try to capture. After unpacking, we have like in the order details, like we have like a lot of other columns, and yeah. So just to get how many, like what is the frequent item I ordered, I need to do this much of stuff, because they are using that much of inner loops and all. Okay. So likewise, you can do even restaurant counts and all. And then here you can see this matplotlib, pyplot and all, and for word cloud. And I just showed you that word cloud. And coming to this one, actually for me, the prices, the discounts, everything was stored in this variable called rendering details. So I need to unpack it, and I need to get all these things. So again, the same hangama I did it. So then I got like in a stretch, like seems to be I ordered like 6 items. Like we will, you will add dosa, you will add upma and all, right? So in a stretch, I ordered 6 items. So that's why it was like that. You can see the column names, right? 0, 1, 2, 3, because I unpacked the dictionary. And because there are like a lot of NS will also be there, right? You need to handle it, so that comes under data cleaning part. Then only you will be able to, perform some of the operations. Here I wanted to know what are the amounts spent and the items spent, and yeah, I do even have Swiggy One membership because I order frequently. So if I take Swiggy One membership, definitely I'll get a good returns, right? So if you see, how much amount I paid was like around 14,000. Sorry, I couldn't gather the timestamps of these things. But this includes before COVID and after COVID also. Not after COVID, I guess COVID is still going there. Yeah. Okay. So the complete item cost was around like 21,525 rupees. And I got discounts of around 7,475 rupees. Good deals, right? Swiggy bhi de raha hai, deals. Earlier you didn't used to. And if you see Swiggy One free, like after I took the membership, using the Swiggy One free, I saved 856 rupees. And I paid 300 rupees for that. So 556 is not a less amount. I can get a good food. Okay. So this is all this data set I scraped it from the Swiggy site. And before COVID, I even did it for That time I used to use a lot of apps like Zomato, Swiggy, Uber Eats, and Fasos, like all apps, because that time I used to stay in PG. Everyone knows PG ka food kaisa hota hai. So, yeah. So I have used all the things, and that time I even tried Googling, like, can I scrape the data, but they were like, not permissions were not there. So what I did, I have no choice. I need to write it down manually, right? So I tried writing it out manually, like which app, and what is the item, and what is the original price, and what is the discount, everything. I have written myself a lot of questions which I wanted to derive. So I have, come with these type of columns, so that at least I'll get good insights from these things. So if you see here, and yeah, I captured around 15 columns because I did it manually, right? I can't capture like Swiggy 195 plus, obviously. I'm a living human, so. So I captured only 15, and yeah. If you see here, the starting date and the end date, I guess I'm there here. Okay, here you have one more good insight. Are you able to see this, guys? Or is it because black theme, are you not able to? You can, right? Good, good, good. Yeah. So that time also Swiggy was giving discounts. I thought Zomato was giving discounts. No, Zomato only, 31, sorry, my bad. Because Swiggy, though, that time didn't give discounts. This time only I started using Swiggy. Yeah. Zomato 31, Swiggy 26, Uber Eats 17. But Uber Eats used to give a lot of good discounts. But maybe the items which I wanted to eat, maybe not there. So 8Fit, Fasos, yeah, these are the apps that time I used, and I was able to capture them. And yeah, this is the very interesting one. Can you see this one? The I paid, means the amount I paid for a item was 6 rupees. Can you guess what is that? Plastic cover? No. Why I'll buy a plastic cover? No. No. Okay, it's from Uber Eats, I guess. No, Swiggy. Swiggy gave me for 6 rupees one item. Any guesses? Chocolate cake?
Gulab jam.
No. Sorry? Chocolate? Bas ek chocolate बेचता है क्या? Like they'll sell only one chocolate? No, I don't think so.
Is it onions or
Swiggy, not Swiggy, Instamart or anything. It's Swiggy.
I mean, salad, something salad?
No, it's pav bhaji. You can see here pav bhaji. Yeah, if you see, oh no, I went a little bit up. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, you can see, right, this one. It's Swiggy Pav Bhaji, original price was like 146. They gave discount of 140 rupees. I don't know why. I don't remember now.
I never got any discounts like this. I don't know.
Yeah, actually I used to, if I wanted to order anything, I used to, go with all the apps and I'll find like which is giving good discount and all. So maybe there I got it. And you can see what is the highest discount I would have got? Like, what's the highest amount of discount I would have got? Any guesses? 250. Is it anywhere? No, no? No. 250 rupees. You're near, but no. 300. Yeah, who said 300? Yeah. Oh, no, goody, sorry. Yeah, but it's 300 only. So that 300 was given by Fasos for the brownies. Wow, they were really tasty, 384 is the original cost. And I paid only 84 rupees and the discount was 300. This is not any, morphed or anything. This is original data. I didn't do it for anything fun. This is completely original. So that period of time, I got discounts of 6,366. Let's see how much I would have paid. How much is the original price? Wow. See, the original price was around, okay, let me get it a little bit up. Yeah. Yeah, here we have the, okay, my bad. That Max was not running because of the internet issues. So I started, taking the data from 2018. It might be Jan 11th maybe. Yeah, I guess it's Jan 11th. Or I guess it might be Jan 11th. So from then I started ordering. I like, because of internet issues, I couldn't see the maximum date, like from when to when. And my original price was like around 13,683, and the amount I paid like 7,316 rupees. And yeah, I saved this much amount, 6,300 and what is that? 66. So yeah, like this you will get a very good insights. And what is this one? Many different. Okay, so this one like what I ordered first time in the application. So first I ordered Swiggy, and that too is mini tiffin. Maybe I would have gotten late, right? That's why I ordered mini tiffin. PG ka food khatam ho gaya hoga. Okay. So I even tried capturing fat food, right? See how, if my mom sees this, definitely you won't able to see me again. So fat food, like I ordered around 39 times. Almost half of the time I ordered fat food. And junk food also. No, junk food is okay. But sweet, desserts category 36 times I ordered. I shouldn't show this to my mom, definitely. So this one, again, I tried, the same sort of word cloud. I tried doing it on the restaurants. So these are the restaurants and all. Okay, let me show you that picture if possible. Okay, no, it's not there. I'm sorry. So, yeah. So here comes, here it is there. Okay, so you can see here this A to B, bowl and fasos and all. So these are the, majorly ordered things. And so you don't need to worry, like you can just start your journey with just small amount of data, and you can, learn from that. Small insights at least will give you inspiration to, learn bigger things. So that's what I wanted to say. And yeah, thank you so much for the session, and I feel very happy if you can give me, this is not stamp, by the way, this is a QR code. So you can scan it and you can give me your feedback. I'll be like very happy to get your feedback. Yeah, and I'll be here around if you have any questions or you want to just connect, feel free to reach out to me. I'm very happy to talk to you guys. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot, Monica. We do have time for a few questions, like if anyone has any questions.
Yeah. No, it's already up. I don't want to make them sit longer. Even I am also hungry, they are also hungry. So.
Just one question maybe.
Yeah, sure. Don't ask me that how much I got this.
Guys, we have a surprise. Just wait for 5 minutes.
Okay. My question is very straightforward.
Yeah, sure.
You talked about in your speech, like, start working programming language, anywhere on there, create your data set and all that. Ma'am, when we grow into, starting a journey, the first thing that we do, Google search. That is the first thing comes to my mind. Yeah. When we open data science or something like that, we'll see n number of resources. We go to one, click one, then second, third, fourth. after 1 hour, you will like, what is data science?
Okay.
Here again, back to the square one.
Yep.
So how exactly, can you give some pain points exactly? You mentioned, okay, start with this, start with that. But is there any specific, like, I've been trying to reach out to Google open source projects also. If any guys knows about Google open source projects, those projects are actually nice. There many are built on data science and all those projects. So you can, but what all the exact way, there is some roadmap that one should follow, an idealistic roadmap, or it is a generic roadmap that people follow? Is some specific strategy or just the random work?
According to me, you no need to follow any generic roadmap or anything. It's up to you, like your learning strategy will be differ from others, right? Obviously. And what you wanted to learn or what you wanted to take insights will be different from others. So first you just, like what I said, the problem statement which you need to pick. And these things, if you start doing it right, obviously you will get blocked somewhere. And Google is there for your rescue. You can Google it and you can go again. But the main thing what you need to know is how much length and breadth you need to cover. Because you keep on going and going, you can't come back again to the problem statement. So how much is enough? Like you have to understand that, okay, I got this insight and I got this much information, fine. Let me try for other insights, okay? And later, if you come across with the same sort of problem statement again and again you can go a little bit depth more to know about that concept or to know about that business functionality or whatever it be. So I suggest that don't follow anyone's strategy or steps. You take problem statement first. You start doing it. You question yourself. Okay, problems data set to diya tha. Like you are having data set. You create your own questions. Based on that, okay, these are the questions. And they will be like hell lot of, you can see right 195 plus columns. I didn't use all 195 plus columns. I barely used 6 to 7 columns, that's it. At least I got like what I wanted. So first doing from this one, and later you can add the columns, you can add more questions, and you can do big things. So
last one question.
Yeah, sure.
People goes around this myth that for being a good data scientist or being into the data science field, you have to be very much excellent with mathematics and all that part.
That's what I'm saying.
So, ma'am,
you don't need to be Srinivas Ramanujan or anybody. Start with basic steps. Mean, median, mode, kafi hoga. Like you start with them and then you start learning when you get any problem. Then you start learning, okay, theorem, you need to learn that theorem, that's it. Don't learn any other things also at that time. Just learn what is required and do more problem statements, then only you will be able to learn more and you will remember more and you will be able to apply more.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
By the way, you're not alone. We are all on the same road. Yeah. Someone who don't like maths, the minute you say data science, arey yaar, statistics, chalo chhodte usko. Okay. How many of you are not hungry? Oh. Okay, we have one last surprise for you. Okay, one last question. What's your favorite knock-knock joke? Anyone? See. Okay. Yes. Oh.
Hi.
Okay.
I'm Sanjay here from Kerala.
Okay.
My favorite knock-knock joke is, knock knock, who's there? The KGB. The KGB waits for no one.
Oh.
Yes, it's from The Office.
Okay. Next.
Okay, but you have to say who's there.
Okay.
Okay. Knock knock.
Who's there?
Cash.
Dash who?
Cashew? That's nuts.
Oh. Okay. And these all are your friends? They're clapping? No? Yeah.
I guess many of them have heard this knock knock joke. It was pretty famous last year. Knock knock, who's there? Joe who? Joe mama.
Okay. How many of you heard? Okay. You have quite, okay.
Yeah, this is recent with COVID. Knock knock, who is there? COVID. Who is there? God. You have to wait for COVID.
Okay. Anyone?
Knock knock.
Who is there?
Tank.
Tank who?
Yeah, welcome.
Oh, you meant tank? Okay.
Actually, I read this joke recently. So before that,
you can Google also. You have that thing, right? Ask Google Assistant, make use of it. Hey Google, Just say a joke.
So before that, it is like it is starting. Person 1 is asking from person 2, why that chicken is crossing that road, and who he is going to meet in that house. So person 2 is like, who is going to meet in that house? Person 1, the idiot person. And knock knock.
Who's there?
Yeah, you got it. The idiot person.
Oh, that person. It was a bit humor based, right?
Okay, so this knock knock joke.
Okay. Okay.
Knock knock.
Who's there?
Corona.
No, I don't want to say anything.
No, the joke continues. Now you have to say the virus.
Virus.
No, the beer. Then you say,
Okay.
are you alone?
Corona beer. Okay.
Then
okay.
you say,
How
are
many-
you alone?
Okay. Sorry?
Then you say, are you alone?
Are you alone?
No, I have coronary away with me. It's also another drink.
Okay, okay. Any of you guys a fan of it? No, right? Please, no. Yeah.
Yeah. Knock knock. No bell. There's no bell, that's why I knocked.
The winner is here. Ajital, can you just give away the goodie to him? You like to introduce?
I'm Suraj, I'm from Amrita School of Engineering. I'm currently pursuing my third year in computer science. My LinkedIn is Suraj Gopinath, SurajGopinath. You can follow me there.
Follow me.
Follow. It's not about connection.
Don't send requests, okay? Follow me.
Follow him.
Celebrity.
Alright guys, as I think more than half of you were already aware, it was lunchtime. It is lunchtime. Just be aware that you will have to show both your label as well as your coupon to get your lunch plates. And yeah, that's it. Have fun.
We have another announcement. So folks who are interested in giving flash talks, right? That's happening in community launch. You can just go and, participate.
Are talks that people like spontaneously come up with. So for example, you want to give a talk, you can go and say that I want to give a talk, and that's a flash talk.
Hello everyone.
Guys, in the last skin.
Hello everyone.
Where is the energy? You're all exhausted.
How's the lunch? It was. That makes a lot of sense, and I can understand. After lunch, this is my routine. I take a 30 minutes power nap, but that doesn't help at times. That never helps. For how many people does power nap help? Yeah, so power nap, this is why power nap doesn't help. I go sleep and then I wake up sleepy or groggy. But I've found something which helps a lot. Get me back into focus, get me back into work mode. Let's try that.
But just a second.
Before that, Vandana has something for you all.
Yeah. So I have heard like, you like the food, right? So what's your favorite food item which you had today or yesterday? Kerala fish curry. Oh. So how many Mallus do we have here? Oh. Telugus? Hyderabadis? Okay. And Kannadigas? Hindi? Cheer up, man. You should shout. Where is the energy?
Audio and visual, guys. Audio and visual.
All right, so Jyoti, have some kind of exercise to you all. Probably you might need to stand now.
No. They can do this seated.
So lucky.
Yeah, you can do it seated. I found it super useful. I would like to listen to you how that would work out for you. So what we are going to do is 30, okay, let's do 15 first. 15 breaths where your inhale is emphasized. So you do longer inhales, normal exhales. So you breathe in. Yeah, breathe in like Surges did. Breathe in. And then let it go.
Breathe out.
Okay. I'll tell you why this works. So when you breathe in, your heart enlarges in size. So it sends a response to your brain saying you can increase the heart rate. So your heart rate increases, your focus increases. At the same time, you can do the flip. You can exhale, emphasize. If you do exhale, emphasize breathing, you go from a high focus, high stress situation to a low stress. So at times when your anger or your temper is raising and you're about to say something you don't mean, that's when you do the other kind of breathing. So let's begin. We are running short on time. So inhale, let go. Inhale, let go. Inhale, let go. Inhale, let go. I hope everyone's doing. Inhale, let go. Sir is doing for sure. Inhale, let go. Inhale, let go. Inhale, let go. Fully in, let go. 5 more. Fully in, let go. Through your mouth. Fully in, let go. Okay, I guess we can continue with the...
But I can see like there are a few people who are sleeping even now. So probably you can just get up from your seats and maybe you can just do 5 jumping jacks. Is that okay? Everybody. Let's make it more fun. I want that energy. No?
Okay, may not be jumping jacks.
Anything, just get up from your seats.
Yeah, let's get off the seats first.
I can see a few people who are sitting even now. Get up, please. Jumping jacks. Okay? 5 jumping jacks. At least jumps. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Follow the rhythm, follow the rhythm.
5. See, even I can see that.
Keep going, keep going.
Yes.
I say stop, you all stop. I say go, you all go. So, left side, go.
We will do that.
Left side, go.
Come on, jump.
Left, stop, right. Left side, go. Right side, keep going. Both of you go. Higher. Left can stop. Right can stop. Left can begin. Right can begin. Okay, right can stop as well.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. You've been a very cooperative crowd. Thanks a lot.
Okay, so by the time, before we introduce our speaker, we would like to introduce ourselves. So mostly you have been seeing us from past 2 days, like if you have been present yesterday, so you might have seen us. Sorry, boring face again, but yeah. I'm Vandana, so I'm a AI developer. And if you guys are from Hyderabad, probably you might have seen me in all GDG Hyderabad events. And yeah, I am a WTM ambassador of Bangalore. Yes. Thank you.
Huge round of applause for Vandana. Once again. I've got nothing much to say about myself. I'm Jyoti Prakash. I used to work as a software developer. And that's about it. Thank you. Thanks a lot. Moving on, moving next, we have the data science rockstar. You can call her an influencer. Usha Rengaraju, up next, speaking about something excited, excitement.
Yeah. So we don't need to introduce her because she has been part of all Bangalore events. Like if you go and see in any of the company regarding neurodiversity, you will find her. So she's an amazing speaker. But yeah, if anybody is new here, I would like to introduce Usha to you. So Usha is a chief of research at EXA Protocol. She is the world's first woman triple Kaggle grandmaster. She ranked as one of the top 10 data scientists in India for the year 2020. Big round of applause, guys. So we heartily welcome Usha onto the stage.
Another big round of applause.
Which one? Hello, is my voice audible? Right. Thank you so much, Vandana and Jyoti Prakash, for the warm welcome. And thank you so much for the audience for coming after lunch. And before we start for the session, I'll just give you a context, a little bit of the context, what the session is going to be. It's going to be like 10 minutes of a warm-up about the problem statement. And remaining 20 minutes, we'll be opening the notebook and looking at code. So it's both, domain specific, and you also have code. So it's a combination of sessions. So you have the 20 minutes of code walkthrough and discussion of winning solution and things like that. That's how the session is structured. And with that, AI for climate change. So a deep refresher for people who are totally new to the domain of climate change. What are the problem statements out there? So we're going to just look at one problem statement and only one use case here. But there are so many use cases, like 50 to 60 use cases out there for you to go out and solve after the session. So I'm just giving you a context for the first 10 minutes. And post that 10 minutes, we'll be taking one use case and we'll be solving it end to end. And we'll also be discussing the best practices for solving that use case and on and on. That's how the next 30 minutes will go. And what is climate change? Climate change is if you have any difference or changes in your temperatures or in your climate in the longer run, then it's going to be problematic. What happens if there is a sudden increase in the temperature, or what happens when there is a sudden decrease in temperature? It affects a lot of other factors as well. What happens if the temperature gets lowering down and down and down, and it becomes an extremely cold weather? So then transportation from one place to another place becomes difficult. So it increases the food prices. It takes a toll on the economy as well. So it has a ripple effect. It's not just climate going, there's a difference in temperature going up and down. It also has a toll on the economy, and there's a ripple effect, and it affects multiple factors. So that's why it's very, very important to study climate change and to handle climate change using AI. So before we delve into the use case and further, I just want to give you one disclaimer. See, AI is not something which will, on click of a button, AI will just solve climate change. No, AI is just part of the framework. So there are a lot of other factors which will come into play. AI has to work with other technological aspects. AI has to interface with economists. So the policy makers can use AI to come up with decision making, but it's not AI is some kind of a switch where you switch on, the climate change problem is solved, nothing like that. So AI is just part of the framework. Today's problem statement is closely, the use case which we are going to deal with is closely related to greenhouse gas emissions. So I'll just in case if you've forgotten your basics, you can just refresh yourself with what the greenhouse effect is. What happens in greenhouse effect is when there's a lot of carbon dioxide emissions, when there's, lot of things which we do emits a lot of carbon dioxide. For example, most of you, if you're data scientists here, you train a lot of models in higher-end GPUs, then you're emitting a lot of carbon dioxide. So when there's a lot of carbon dioxide gas emissions in the atmosphere, what happens is these carbon dioxide emissions will trap the heat. They'll absorb all the infrared radiations, and they will let the solar radiations reach the Earth's surface. When the solar radiation reaches the Earth's surface directly, what happens? The snow starts melting, there's a rise in the water level. It affects the temperature of the world, climate of the world overall. When the climate gets affected, that takes a toll on the economy. And so a lot of other things gets affected just because these greenhouse gases are in abundance in the atmosphere. So this is going to be, one of the use cases. To understand the use case, you'll have to understand this concept of greenhouse gas effect. This is a framework. I told you I'm just going to discuss one use case today, but there are 60 other use cases which after the session you can, as a data scientist, go solve it. So this is a framework from Boston Consulting Group, and there are several use cases which has been present here. So I'll just give you a brief overview of what this is. I'll just summarize this in a minute or 2 minutes. I'll just summarize it, but there's a lot about this. There's an article in Forbes on this entire framework, which you can actually go through to find out what are the other use cases. So the use cases in climate change, they fall under major 3 categories. One is the mitigation, and the second category is adaptation and resilience, and the third category is fundamentals. So what is mitigation is you forecast how much of energy is consumed in a building. Once you get that forecasting, the policymakers can come up with policies that certain things should not be used. So those are forecasting solar energy, demand prediction, and forecasting of energy consumption. All of this falls under mitigation. And adaptation and resilience is there's some hazard which has happened. How can you adapt yourself to that kind of an hazard? So there are a lot of harmful gases already being leaked out, or because of some reason you have some kind of environmental hazard which has already happened. What are the measures which you can do to overcome that hazard? Those are the use cases which falls under the adaptation and resilience. The fundamental is when there's a climate change problem, it also affects the economics of a country or economics. There's a lot of financial decisions, there's a lot of policy decision which gets affected. So there's a whole study which deals with all this economic and social transition which happens because of climate change. So those are use cases which falls under fundamentals. So today we're going to discuss one use case, but there are so many other use cases for you to go out after the session. You can pick these use cases and you can solve. AI for climate change is United Nations 2030, one of those goals. So it's one of the most important problem statements at the moment in AI. And it falls under AI for social good. So this is something for you to take away outside the session as a, solve on your own. And the use case which we are going to deal with is estimating building energy consumption. Why is this a very important use case? Most of the important reasons why there is a climate change is 38% of the important reason is because of the greenhouse emission gases. So if you can estimate how much energy is consumed in buildings, then you can come up, the policymakers can come up with effective measures. You can replace this energy with solar energy or other forms of energy which releases less greenhouse gas emissions. So there are other policies which decision makers can do. So it's very, very important to estimate the building energy consumption. So this is a use case. And this use case problem statement is from the WITS Datathon, annual Datathon, which happens every year. It's been happening for 5 years, and 2022 problem statement is AI for climate change. And I was one of the participants of WITS Datathon, and we won the challenge. So this is my team. The first place, that is me, and Jerome, Madhurin, and Zainab. We won the first place. WITS is Women in Data Science at Stanford University. I'm the only person from India. My teammates are all from France. The 3 of them are from France. And this is the first ever time India is on the podium. And this event has been happening for 5 years. So this is a problem statement which we are going to look at now. So it's going to be a hands-on now. So it's going to be a Kaggle notebook. I'm going to first take you through a basic pipeline for the solution, and then I'm going to discuss the winning solution. So first you take the data set, and how will you solve it end to end? Basic pipeline, then the winning solution, what got us to the first place. The slides will be shared with you. So for now, you can just go through it because we just have 30 minutes. So all these are open source notebooks. All the links will be provided. The system. This is a Kaggle competition, and so you have the Kaggle platform, and you have a data tab where there's generally an information about what are the fields, how many files you have. Here we have a training CSV file. We also have a test CSV file. They mentioned this is a regression problem. We are going to estimate how much of energy is consumed in a building. So this is a regression problem. And so the target variable which we have to estimate under this data set is site underscore EUI. All of this is open source, the data set, the problem statement, everything is available in Kaggle. Our winning solution is also open source in Kaggle. And our discussion about the winning solution, everything is open source. So if you just go to the problem statement, you will be able to find everything out. And so this is the data tab where you will find the description of the data set. And the two important things is first going to the data tab, checking out how many files are there and what each file contains. And the second thing which you need to also do is find out what is the evaluation metric. It could be a regression problem. Different regression problems will have different metrics. Different classification problems will have different metrics. So the next thing which you need to check is the evaluation metric. So here it's going to be the root mean squared error. So now we'll go to the problem statement and we'll start discussing the notebook, how to solve it. So I'm going to walk you through a basic pipeline, taking this problem statement, how you'll build an end-to-end pipeline, very basic thing. And then once you understand the basic pipeline, we'll be going and discussing the winning solution. So these are the features. The first thing I do is I take my data set, I look at my training data, I see what are the features here. One thing which I observed under data tab is site underscore EUI is my target variable, and that is a variable which denotes energy consumed in every building. So this is a regression problem, and so the target variable here is site underscore EUI, which is nothing but how much each building, what is the energy consumption in building. And so my training data set has got a lot of variables. And there are around 64 variables. And these variables broadly falls under two categories. One is the building-related variables, and the other is the temperature-related variables. If you see a building-related variables, you have when was the building constructed, and what is the facility type. Is it a residential area or is it a commercial space? If it's a residential area, it's going to consume less electricity. If it's a commercial area, it's going to consume more electricity. So you have building-related features, which is like when the building was built, what type of building it is, and how many rooms it has, what is the floor area. So these are characteristics of building. So I have around 5 to 7, around 10 building-related features. And the remaining, I have all temperature-related features. That is, I have every month what was the average temperature. Then you also have what was the heating degree days. Because these are factors which will determine how much of energy is consumed. If the temperature is going to be very cold, you might use heater. So that consumes a lot of electricity. And if the temperature is going to be very hot, you might use an air conditioner. So that consumes a lot of electricity. So these are temperature-related features will also contribute to the energy consumption buildings. So I have some building-related features, and then I have a lot of temperature-related features. So this is how my data set looks like. And my target variable is site underscore EUI, and my evaluation metric is root mean squared. If I just go through the data set on the quick, first thing I take any data set, I check out if does this have any missing values. And so we'll also quickly do a missing value checkup. And so these are the missing values here. You have the year built, there are so many, around 2,000 missing values. And for Energy Star rating, there's around 26,000 missing values. And there are other fields which has 41,000, around 40,000 missing values. We have to come up with certain pre-processing techniques to, give some values to these missing value fields, so which we will be seeing up next. And we should also check out the target value distribution. The target value is mostly between 0 to 200. So the energy consumption varies between 0 to 200. This is the target value distribution. And after target value distribution, this data set has a certain number of numerical variables and certain number of categorical variables. So you can observe the distribution of numerical variables to see if any field has got outliers. And that is just, you can just do a basic charts to find out the distribution of there are around 60 or 50 numerical variables, so it's going to be a long. You can just check this out later. This will give you an understanding if there is any abnormality in certain field or not. So it's always good to check the distribution of numerical variables. And then we can check out the distribution of categorical variables. There are hardly 3. One is the state factor. So the fields are collected from multiple states. So the energy consumption is collected for multiple states. This is an abnormal distribution. So for state 6, you have a lot of data. And for the other states, you do have less of data. So this is an abnormality which we are noticing here. And if you see the frequency, we have almost equal residential versus commercial. The data is almost balanced. But if you take the facility type determines how much of energy is consumed. If it's going to be a residential area, there's a less consumption. If it's a warehouse, or if it's a university, or if it's a school, or it's a shopping mall, that's a facility type. So there are 2 or 3 facility types which has lot of data, and the other facility types has very less data. Again, this is an imbalanced data set. And for missing values, we saw certain missing values in the beginning. I'm just doing a simple mean value imputation. So all the missing fields, I'm just filling it with mean, because this is a basic pipeline. And the categorical variables, I have to convert into numerical values before I feed into my model. So I'm just doing a simple label encoding here to convert my categorical variables into numerical variables. And I'm doing a feature scaling. I'm bringing all the values between 0 and 1 before I feed into my model. This is a basic feature scaling. You can just use a scikit-learn features to transform, fit and transform. For hyperparameter tuning, there are a lot of open source softwares out there. I've used Optuna, but you can use any of the hyperparameter tuning techniques to tune your parameters. The model which I'm using is LGBM. So I'm using the constructor which has an equivalent in Optuna for tune my hyperparameters. So this is a very basic pipeline. So I'm just randomly taking 3, 4 hyperparameters and I'm tuning them. So the parameters, hyperparameters are this, the metric, verbosity, boosting type. So the Optuna will tune the hyperparameters and find the best values for all these parameters. So it's giving you the best values here. Then I'm going to build my light GBM module. Again, LGBM is an open source framework which is from Microsoft, I think. So it has one of the most successful machine learning algorithms in Kaggle. 2 years back, most of the winning solutions either used XGBoost or IGBM and all, but now there's an evolution of deep learning techniques being used for tabular model. There's TabNet which has come, Tab transformers which has come. So now there's a shift, there's a combination of deep learning and machine learning is the winning model. But light GBM is still one of the most successful models in Kaggle. You can just go through all the old competitions. Light GBM will be definitely in the top 10 solutions, or in the ensembling, it would be one part of the architecture. So I'm just using a light GBM module to build a model and then make predictions on the test data set. So this is going to be my basic pipeline. And light GBM also has feature importance, which I can find out what are the most important features. And if you may not be able to see it, but the most important feature is energy star rating and the space area of every building. and when the building was constructed. These are the most important features which actually contribute to the energy consumption prediction. The weather-related features do not have any impact. In the basic pipeline, out of the 50 weather-related features, none of the features contribute to the energy consumption prediction. So it's only the building-related features which has some effect on the target variable. And instead of using light GBM feature importance, you can also go to the SHAP, which is an open source tool, and you can find out what are the most important features which actually contribute to the target prediction. So the most important feature is energy star rating and facility type, building class, whether it's residential or commercial, floor area. These are the most important variables which actually contribute to the target prediction. So this is a basic pipeline for the problem statement of, you take a data set and you solve it end to end using a basic light GBM module. But what was the solution? Our winning solution, which actually won us the first place. We got $4,000 sponsored by Kaggle for winning the first place. So I'm going to walk you through the winning solution now. So we did not do much of, in the basic pipeline, we did not do much of feature engineering. But for the winning solution, there was an extensive feature engineering which we did. And feature engineering and post-processing techniques were the two main reasons which got us the top score. And we also used a lot of, this is a brief summary, we also used a lot of AutoMLs. There are a lot of AutoML libraries like H2O and many of the AutoML jar. We used multiple AutoML libraries, and these libraries gave us features, a lot of new features, which are the features which we added to the model. And if you do an exploratory data analysis on the data set, you will find the data set has got two types of data points. There are data points which, for certain houses, there were like previous years reading available. For example, for house number 1, the previous 4 years or previous 5 years readings were available. So there's a history available. So every year, year 1, how much energy it consumed, year 2, how many energy consumed. But for certain houses, the previous history data was not available. So you have to deal with these data points differently. The houses which had previous history, the houses which did not have previous history. So that is one of the main factors which got us a winning score. So for houses which had history, we just did a simple regression model. But for houses which did not have history, we did a lot of post-processing. We used techniques like pseudo-labeling and other kind of new feature generation, and then combine these two models. So that is one of the differentiator for getting the high score, taking data points which had history, dealing with them in a different way, and taking data points which did not have history. Certain houses did not have the previous year's energy consumption. Certain houses had the previous year's energy consumption. And this is a summary of the solution. But if you take a detailed view of the feature engineering, we created weather-based features, which is just doing min, max, standard deviation, average, on, all. We had around 50 weather features. We created multiple features using min, max, and average for all of the 50 features. And we took the most important weather-related features. And we also created new features using, none of us had from energy background. So just using common sense, we created a couple of new features. One is building area using this formula. And another is floor energy star rating using this formula. This was just a random common sense formula creation. We created new features like this. We also created a lot of group by based features. For all the features, particularly energy consumption and energy rating, we did a group by and took a mean, min and max and standard deviation. And we also took one of the most important feature engineering techniques which got us the high score is lag. So we created a lot of lag-based features. I'll show you how to create lag features and rolling window features and delta-based features. So the most important out of 3 is the lag-based feature, which was a unique differentiator, which got us the highest score. And so the training methods is just the AutoML libraries, trying out multiple AutoML libraries itself will give you a list of best features. So we took those features, again added it to the model, retrained the model. So trying out multiple AutoML libraries, simple linear regression for houses with previous history data. Then we tried a couple of boosting models like CAD Boost and LGBM. And for the ensembling, so we created multiple models. For the final result, we did a weighted ensemble average of all these multiple models which we created. So the ensembling technique which actually got the highest score was weighted average ensemble. So this is how the pipeline, winning solution pipeline looks like. We did a lot of feature engineering. I told you 6 categories of feature engineering. We created multiple features using these 6 categories. We did a feature transformation. And the models were generally, we use one of our team member works at Prevision.io, which is an AutoML company. So we created multiple AutoML models using Prevision.io and H2O, both are AutoML companies. And we also had CAD Boost, LGBM, gradient boosted models. We combined, we did pseudo labeling in the post-processing, and we combined all the results using weighted average summation. So this is how a winning solution looks like. And there were few things which actually worked, and there were few things which actually did not work. So I'll cover what did not work so well. See, we tried, this was the simplest solution which I showed you now, got us the highest score. But we also tried very complex solutions, like we created our own custom transformer architecture. We tried a lot of deep learning techniques. All those sophisticated higher-end architecture did not get us the winning solution. Because in Kaggle, it allows you to select 3 to 4 options. I'll show you, you can select, before the competition ends, the final day, you can choose up to 4 solutions. Generally 2, but for this competition, they allowed us to choose 4, I think. And the most simple solution got us the winning score. But there are higher-end sophisticated scores and all we did, transformers, latest cutting-edge thing and all. Those gave very, very bad score. When the competition ends, you will see the leaderboard. So on the leaderboard, after the competition ended, the sophisticated higher-end models did not give us the winning score. So most of the times in productions, it's the most simple model which actually is efficient and gives you a stable solution. So that's very, very important. So that's why I was highlighting things. So we tried adversarial validation, which did not actually work out that well. And we also tried removing outliers. We saw the feature distribution and we removed the outliers. That did not give good performance. And we tried some, instead of like mean imputation, we tried higher and sophisticated imputation techniques which did not work. And we created thousands of weather-related features using AutoML libraries, which again did not work. Only the most basic, simple solution got us the winning score. And a simple model was the very basic, simple pipeline gave us a score of 18.5. And so this is the end of a winning solution. But for you, the reason why I took a use case and I highlighted it end to end is there are so many such use cases in AI for climate change. I showed you the Boston Consulting. So this is a page which I was highlighting. So I just took one use case in this mitigation, which is estimating the energy consumption of buildings. But there are 60 other use cases in this lab, which has been proposed by Boston Consulting Group. So you can pick up any data set. There are so many open source data sets available out there. And if you're looking for projects to add to your portfolio, if you're a student and you're not getting internship, you can pick up some open source data set, build a project, put that to your portfolio. Or if you're an experienced person, technologist, willing to transition into data science, and you are looking for projects for your portfolio, AI for climate change is something which will be highly respected because you're contributing to the community and to the society. It's AI for social good project. So I would highly recommend picking up some use cases from here after the session is over as a takeaway and solve those problems. And there are a lot of startups which work in the AI for climate change as well. There are few startups which I'm highlighting there. These are startups across the world. So these are some of the startups, most successful climate tech startups out there. So this is something which you can make money as well. It's not necessarily a not-for-profit initiative. You can make money out of this course. So if you have interesting idea, go pursue that. And this is call for action. So this is for the governments and policy makers and decision-making authorities. You know, what is the most important thing which they have to do? And, you know, start applying artificial intelligence, bring together private and public sector people, bring together researchers from academia and the experts from the industry so that, you know, they can collaborate and bring up some solution. It's not just coming up with solution, it has to be deployed in the real world. It's research going on until you deploy it and see the kind of impact it creates. It's all theory. You'll have to put it into production. And it's also for the change makers and lawmakers to ensure these startups get funding. Only if they get, these are most important projects for the country, and they should have enough funding to make it sustainable as well. So this is call for action. So we started with a refresher, then we solved one use case, a basic pipeline, and then we discussed the winning solution. And I also introduced about the tech startups and call for action. And this brings us to the end of the presentation. And if there are any questions, you can ask now.
Hi, Usha.
Yeah, hi.
It was a wonderful talk. I saw your slides. So what will be the end goal of this? And one more thing is, I mean, the situation scenarios are fictitious, or I mean, how it will be, you will be gauged towards the end of the project, actually.
This is a real-world data which is taken from United States, and the data has been collected for 7 years. It's not fictitious data. It's a real-world data which has been collected by Climate Change AI. So the Stanford University collaborated with Climate Change, and they put together the real-world data set which is available for us. So all the data set, the states has been made anonymous because we are going to somebody's private house and collecting their floor area, finding the energy. There's a lot of private information. I think US, there's a lot of Privacy Act out there. So they've made the state information anonymous. They've ensured it is anonymized data and all that. But these are real data which has been in collaboration with Climate Change AI, they've put together. We also have the research phase. This is a phase 1 data set, which is from United States. For the phase 2, we had the research data from France. So France, we got, in addition to weather-related features and the building-related characteristics, we got certain other much more very, very closely related features, like we got the building polygons and all that. The phase 2 data sets, you can go and check it out. That's again a real world data set, which is being collected for 7 to 10 years from the real homes. And most of the countries which have government research organizations, particularly in Europe, where they are working on prototypes and some have tested it out and all that. But in India, the situation is different. We don't have any proper data set, which, of course, even if you take Bangalore, energy consumption of every house is recorded by BBMP. And we also get the floor area and all that in BBMP as well. But there's no open source data set as such, which you get from Karnataka government or any other state in Tamil Nadu. There are certain data sets which were not properly in certain format, or there's a lot of missing data available and out there. So in India and in other developing countries, the data set is not proper. But for Europe and United States and other countries, the data set is so good, and there are many countries which are working on prototypes, and there are many successful organizations which work closely with government, and there are many models in production as well. So this is not fictitious at all.
Because why I'm asking is, I mean, this is some kind of contextual inquiry you have to do as per the research. Because going for a particular home, how it will be done, what are they using, what kind of impact that will be happening for the ecosystem. So all these things, it needs lot of research actually. That's why I'm asking, I mean, how it can be imaginative, or I mean, it can be a perfect statistics you guys are using. So how the things in India majorly. So because Europe and US, they have some systematic measures for this. So to reach an end goal, how it can be done, that's why I'm...
For India, there is no proper mechanism to collect data, and data collection is going to be very, very tricky for India. But having worked in few government projects, what I would say is, in spite, there was a time where there's total lack of data, at least in certain, energy consumption is not just related to buildings. So if we can find the most optimal route in transportation, the vehicles are going to travel less distance, and they're going to consume less electricity, they're going to generate less energy as well, or less greenhouse gases as well. So there are a lot of problems in India. The police departments of various states are currently solving several AI for climate change problems. You will be very surprised, but the government in the Indian state police of several states, I don't want to call out the names, but there are several state police departments which are working on cutting edge AI, using the cutting edge Google Cloud. They're using Google Cloud, and they're using much more advanced sophisticated systems. So there was a point of time where there was no data. I have been observing this use case for quite some time. 2-3 years back, there was zero possibility, but the last 2 years, they collected data, and they're now using helmet detection. They're using advanced, you don't even have to, everything, the AI will spot if anyone is not wearing a helmet. Automatically, it will track the license plate, find the license number, find the Aadhaar card. Automatically, the fine will go to the house, through email. So everything is here. This is a kind of thing. So the last 2 years, they were able to collect the data and do it. Right now, again, the energy consumption looks like an impossible thing for India. But I think if they put their heart and soul into it, they'll collect the data, and it's going to be possible in next 2-3 years. So I think you all can take up some use cases, contribute to the speedy development. There's one, the multiple questions. Avikal and a lot of people have questions. So.
Hi, Usha. I'm Vignesh.
Hi, Vignesh.
Firstly, thank you very much for the wonderful session. The question that I have is that, so now that with this great winning solution, we are able to estimate the energy consumed by buildings, right? So with this, how is this solution being embraced by other authorities? I'm just trying to ask, how is this being put into a workable solution? Now that we're able to estimate, but what next with this?
Once you are able to estimate the kind of energy which is going to get consumed, the policy makers have a clear idea how much each region requires, how much is every city going to require. Once they get an idea that there's so much of energy which they require, they can find alternate sources of energy production. So you have other solar energy, to produce the same amount of energy. Only if they know the demand, they'll be able to produce, right? So for that, they need to demand. And there's also alternate research which is going on in geoengineering. There is a lot of AI which is being used in to find out different chemical molecules which can replace the current, energy emission components, which can replace them. Whatever we use, like currently if petrol or all these things are used, can we bring up a different chemical molecules to replace these current modes so that we have less of greenhouse gas emissions? So once if they have an estimate, that's when it will give them a clear idea of what kind of decision. So government can ban the use of certain things which will release more greenhouse gases. They can ban certain components, or they can also say what is the best way to construct a house such that it consumes less energy. So, there are a lot of policy decisions which can come out of this energy consumption prediction. So do's and don'ts and things like that. Or if there's a new county which is being constructed, what is the efficient way the county can be, the building plan can be done so that the entire county consumes less electricity. So there are a lot of things, insights, or a lot of decisions can come out of these insights. So this is the starting point. So as I said in the beginning, AI is not just one switch where, boom, the climate change problem. AI is just one component in that entire framework. Using AI, you can get insights, but AI in combination with technology, other technologies, and in combination with economists, policy decision makers can solve the problem. AI alone cannot solve anything as such. So there's a lot of, this insights can lead to a lot of other things, is what I would say.
Agreed. Thank you very much.
So I have to add something to your answer to that. So there is one more problem solution that we can try it. I work as an Industry 5.0 evangelist. So what we try to do is we can try the thing called edge to cloud connectivity, if you might be aware of it. So what we give my real example. What I have worked is we take a data set from we have IoT devices, sensors and all. So that are installed in the manufacturing plants, the chemical units and everything. So what they do is they capture those data points and all that. What example the CO2 is emitting, or NO2, and whatever the emission parameters are there at the specific plant, it takes those parameters. Then that parameters moves to the cloud. All the things that behind the visualization and all the AI factors is for it. And then we display to the user, okay, this is happening, and there the actual Center of Pollution Control Board is able to monitor, okay, this is industry is having this parameters, and we have, and according to industry, they have set the threshold values. So as soon as the threshold occurs or something nearby, plus minus and all those things, that alert, notification, all those things can happen. All this is just one use case that we can actually try to use using edge to cloud connectivity. Am I right, ma'am?
Yeah, thank you so much for sharing that. Yeah, I think Avikalp is raising his hand.
Yeah. So my question is a little bit on the meta level. So you had tried a lot of stuff, and over here, like the context is that data was already there.
Yeah.
Right? Even still, it required so much time and effort, investment into it. So for I basically want to ask, what was your total resource spent? Like how many people were working on it for how long to get to this level where you were actually able to, generate results that could win the competition?
Yeah. So the competition ran for 2 months, from January 6 to February, I think end of February. And so we are 4 team members, 1 from India and the other 3 from France. So this is a tabular data set problem, so we do not require any GPU. Basic Kaggle was enough sufficient for us, and more than sufficient, so it consumed less of compute power. In terms of effort, all of us are Kagglers. So I'm a Kaggle Grandmaster. My teammate Mathurin, he's a Kaggle, very, very renowned Kaggle master, competition master. And Jerome is also a competition master. Zainab is an expert, Kaggle expert. So all of us are Kagglers. So this was not the only competition we were participating. At any point of time, if you check our Kaggle profiles, we'll be participating in 4 other competitions. So we, in a per week, we were hardly working for 2, and in this, I think that time there was a TensorFlow reef prediction challenge which was happening. So we were all focusing on that challenge, and my teammate Madhurin won the first place in that. So all the effort was in that. So we hardly spent 2 hours a week or less than that also, I would say. And I was also a BITS ambassador, so I was like giving multiple workshops, mentoring a lot of people. Every week I used to take 3-4 sessions for people across the globe. I took sessions for Wells Fargo for like 300-400 people. So I would just say less than 2 hours or less than 1.5 hours per week is what we all spent on this. And
Across 8 weeks.
across 8 weeks.
Nice.
And so most of the times in Kaggle, we were the same team last year also, 2021, until 4 days before in 2021 challenge, it was about diabetes prediction, MIT data set. Until 4 days before the competition, we were in the first place. So in the public leaderboard. And in the last 4 days, what happened, people from Google research, one research scientist, and Switzerland, one of the top universities from Switzerland, 3 professors joined together. They came into the competition. They overtook us last 3 days. And still, before the results came, we were in the 3rd position. Kaggle shake-up happens. After shake-up, we came to 6th. And in India, we were the first. But, you know, globally, we were 6th. So Kaggle results are not predictable. Till the last minute, you will be in the public leaderboard at the top. Shake-up is synonymous with Kaggle. People just go out of the medal zone and after the shake-up happens. You know, 4 days before the event, we were in the first place. Results, we kept our hopes low because Kaggle, you know, the test data set is always hidden and shake-up is very, very common in Kaggle. So we did not have results. For Indian timing, it was on a Saturday. The results came at 5 o'clock. And I was like literally flying. So see, there are so many hackathons and so many datathons. This is very prestigious because it's an international datathon. It happens every year in the month of Jan and February. It's from Stanford University. Most of the organizing team is from MIT, Harvard, and Stanford. And second thing is you're competing with the best minds in the industry. So there was a team, postdoctoral researchers from Stanford, postdoctoral researchers from MIT, Harvard. So it's a very, very tough competition. And so this is something which I just had zero hopes because of Kaggle shake-up. And when it happened, I was just flying up I was not on the ground. So it was one of the best moments for me in 2022. And it will always be my best moments in data science career, I would say. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. Congratulations, and thanks for answering the question.
Thank you.
Hello. I get it. A lot more of you have questions since it's pertaining to climate change and the current climate scenario. But I guess you can reach out to Usha directly on her social media or personally right now. Thank you, Usha. Thanks a lot for dedicating time, keeping time aside and coming here and helping us out. Up next,
Thank you, Usha. So,
big round of applause for Usha.
Guys. You guys want some icebreaker session? Goodies? Then I need more energy. It's Bangalore. Should shout more. Wow. Okay, so we have Smith here. He's from TFUG Mumbai. TFUG is nothing but TensorFlow user group. If you guys are interested in machine learning, you can just connect with him. And he is working as application developer in IBM. Over to you, Smith.
Hello everyone. Just give me 2 minutes.
This is a quiz round, so it would be helpful if you can stand with me.
You'll come behind, I'll be in the front.
No, it will. Hey. Okay. So we are going to have a Slido quiz. I need you all to open the browser and go to slido.com and enter this pin. I am repeating 1842961. I'll wait for top 30 or top 50. Join fast. And yeah, keep your real name so like we can give goodies to top 2. So I'm starting in next 10 seconds. Join fast.
And the Slido number is 1842961. I repeat, 1842961.
There will be 10 questions and you will get 10 questions and 20 seconds to answer. Okay, I'm starting. Let's go with the first question. What must you type into Google so that your exact phrase is found by Google? There are 4 questions. Five seconds left. We have 135 participants in the quiz. Yeah, that's it. 57% says use quotation marks. Let's see the correct answer. Yeah, that's correct. We have some good audience. Let's move to second question. What is the quickest way to find the definition of computer using Google? There are some Google tricks. Okay, that's it. Okay, 72% of audience are correct. Third questions. You need to create a presentation for your social study class. The presentation will include picture, text, and other graphics. What is the best Google application to use?
I know that everybody knows this answer.
I need 100% correct answer for this. If you don't know, we'll give you 1 hour session on this topic.
Exactly. We have
To our rest of
2%
5%. 5%.
Who's that Google Sheets?
Okay, next question. Google Inc. was founded by. Just check with the options. Okay. 72% said. For remaining 8%, it's surgery bin, not surgery bin. Fifth question. Google Analytics is service 2. Check if web page is validated, how many people visited, or a Google PageRank. Oh, 90% audience says check how many people visited your page. It's correct or wrong, let's see. Oh. What are we doing? Now let's check the leaderboard. You're dead. It's on the leaderboard on first. On the start, before the quiz starts, I said keep your real name for the goodies. So I guess your dead may be eliminated. I'm not sure. Kamal and Suanshu is second and third respectively. Top 2 people will get goodies, so 5 questions are pending. Check how fast answer you can. Let's move to 6th question. What is algorithm behind Google PageRank? Okay, 76% says option A. Let's see, that's correct.
I don't know the answer, but yeah, we got 76%.
Let's see, what color do Googles have in the logo? In sequence, without checking your ID card, without checking here and there.
You can find
there
this
is no
answer
Google logo
everywhere
inside
here.
the room.
Yes.
In sequence. Oh, we have 41 and 49%. Remaining 10% can say where you can see purple color in the Google logo. That's B is correct. Let's move to next one. What is Google AdSense? I have written pretty easy options, so I hope 100% gets, or at least 90% gets correct answer for this. That's 96% say online advertising platform, right? I'm happy no one did for online pizza shop. Thanks. What Google tool you use to get your assignments done? Okay, 94% says classroom, and that's correct. Last question for the icebreaker. Which portal is used to showcase the open source project blog post built with Google technologies, curated by Google engineers or you? If you have attended yesterday's session in community launch, you might know this answer. Yeah, 78% says Google Library, that's correct. For remaining people who don't know about Google Dev Library, we have session at community launch. There is a booth, Google Dev Library. You can visit. It's a portal. If you created any project related to Google Library, you can open source it so other can be benefited by your project. That's it with the session. Now let's see leaderboard. Who will be on top? Let's see. Again, your Sarika is there. Lone Wolf. Who is Sarika? Please stand up. Please big and clap for him, for her. And now Lone Wolf. Lone Wolf is Anant. Anant.
Who is Anant?
Anant, please come here. And Sarika as well.
Just a second. Please stay there, I'm sorry. So Sarika and Anand, can you please collect your goodies while coming here, like while you are going for break? Please do that. Thank you.
Okay, so don't forget to collect your goodies from here, otherwise they both are mine. Yeah, thank you everyone.
Thank you, Smith.
So up next, we have Balaji Rajendran. He's setting himself up there. Gentle bio about Balaji is a co-founder at Streak, a gamified payments and financial education app, which is a part of YC 2022. Previously, he has worked with DGraph Labs and Avi Networks and has also been part of FOSS Asia GSOC 2017. Big round of applause for Balaji Ravindran. Another big round of applause for Balaji Ravindran. Over to you, Balaji.
Did you connect the HDMI? Okay.
you don't need to. I can talk. No, I can talk. Hey everyone. You guys can hear me, right? Cool, cool. Okay. This talk is about DBT. DBT is a data transformation tool used by data engineers. I got to know about DBT because I always look for shiny things which happens in the industry. Back in my university, I used to bet on Docker and Kubernetes and used to contribute back then. And right now it has become a de facto tool for running your workload on the cloud. Likewise, I believe that DBT will become the important technology for the tomorrow. Every data engineers will be using it. About me, I'm Balaji. I'm a systems engineer who have experience in distributed systems and databases. And I'm also an open source contributor who worked in projects like Badger and dgraph. And also some of my projects got trending on GitHub as well. And also on YC alumni, got built a fintech startup and also do a lot of marketing and sales these days apart from programming. So before we get into DBT, let's set the context right. There is one common term which you might hear a lot among these data engineers or these data folks. It's called ETL, extract, transform, and load. So there are a lot of data is being aggregated, and we want to store the data in your data warehouses. So typical pattern would be like bring the data from a source and do a transformation as per your need and store it in a data warehouse and use it for your later users. It can be data from your Google marketing channel, and you do a transformation as per your business need and store it in a data warehouse like Google BigQuery. How it's been done so far? Of course, by writing code. There is no dark magic over there. Then after, there was a little automation came for the EL part because ETL is always time consuming and you have to put a lot of effort on it. So there was a little automation came for the EL part for extraction and loading part. They commercialized it and a lot of tools came. Few tools like Fibtran, Abide, HighTouch, and people do some CDC and Kafka as well. So what this tools does is that you just tell all this connection, you give this Google marketing, whatever the source configuration and a destination configuration like Postgres or warehouse configuration. This tool on a day-to-day basis extract data from one source and push it to another destination, and this can be used for later use. But T part is always been a question because T is something, the transformation part, you have to do it as per your business need. There was no way that people able to like fit one solution for this problem. So T is like people have to do it manually in the data warehouse, but it's always been a question. So we have to pester the engineers. Data analysts, hey dude, I have this different use case. I need this data so that I can show it to my business boss. So they can create this report. So it's always like they have to go to an engineer and do this, ask them to do a Spark Java or something to do the transformation. Then they can show it in the BI tool. But how do we can optimize it further? Right. So all the data analysts know SQL very well. They're not like good at like, they don't write code. Most of the time they spend time on writing SQL and doing this BI reports. So what if we could give the superpower to the data analyst itself to do the transformation? So idea is to use SQL to do the transformation instead of like you write some Java code or something. How SQL can do the transformation? That is because we are in a time, technology, we have like achieved a certain extent that databases has all the capabilities. For example, Google BigQuery, they have this unique technology where like your compute and storage is separated. Whatever you store, that's not stored inside like physical disk. Of course, it's stored in a physical disk, not the way like how Postgres work, where like compute and storage is like linked together. It's all stored in object storage, and whenever you run a query, all the query plan, all this computation has been generated on the fly, and it's been computed on a serverless platform. It pulls the data from the object storage and do the computation and gives you the result on fly. So because of this kind of separation of compute and storage, we can have this elasticity of like infinite scale. You can like process as much of data. You just have to like have this serverless layer in between. That is where DBT comes. So DBT gives that what the programmer sort of layer for the SQL to do the transformation in the warehouse. So it was like ETL, like you extract, transform, and the load. But right now they change the entire term from ETL to ELT. You extract, load first into your warehouse, and do the transformation as you need. So that is what DBT have changed right now from like ETL to ELT. So I'll just show a small demo how like with DBT we can do this transformation inside the data warehouse. So I have this BigQuery data set called Jaffle Shop, and I also have a customer table and orders table. So it has like a customer table has first name and last name and customer ID. Then orders table have what is the order date, status, and customer ID. So now my business people have asked me the question, I need a report of all the user, what is the recent time they ordered, what is the first time when they ordered, and also total number of orders they have done. So for this, I have to do a transformation. I need to generate the data set. So how we can do that is that we can write a simple SQL query with join statement. Just a sec, I'll just copy this. So what I have done is that I have created a common table expression, which is just a virtual table, which has a first name and last name, and ID is aliased as customer ID. And order also it's same, I just aliased ID as an order ID, and I just pulled all this data as a virtual table. And in the customer order, I did a aggregation of min order, which gives the recent order date. So the first order date, and max will give me the recent order date, and count will give the total number of orders that customer have done. At final, I did a join of customers and the customer order, so that like first name and last name comes along with this number of orders and recent order and first order. Let me preview this. Yeah, now you have this transformed data. Now you can ask me a question like, I could write this SQL in the warehouse itself, why do I need DBT? So when you have this, so right now I'll show what are the feature DBT has, because this thing you can do it in DBT, in the normal BigQuery itself. The thing is, whenever you write this kind of SQL query, you have this complex data transformation, you may end up in a SQL file, which may be like some 1,000 lines or something. Tomorrow if somebody wants to do little change, they have to go over everything, and it's hard to manage. So DBT acts as a SQL compiler, how a programmer, how you can like change and split functions and put in a separate folder, files, and refer it. Likewise, DBT can allow you to do it. For this, let me create a small model. It's called customers SQL. Just copy the existing SQL statement, paste it. So what I'm doing is that whatever the existing select statement of this common table expression, I can put this in a separate SQL file and save it. Then I can refer this from here, select star from ref stg underscore customers. Likewise, we'll do it for orders as well. SQL, then let me copy this file. This same, you refer it, just you can change the reference as stg underscore orders. Then you compile it and you have this compile SQL statement. It shows that like the virtual table is referring to my BigQuery project and DBT underscore BR data set and stg underscore customer table. Let me run this, see whether we are getting this data. Of course, we're not getting, because that compiled SQL was referring to a data set which doesn't exist in my BigQuery at all. So how do we create that? So the thing is that whenever you do the transformation, you're always computing in time, right? It's not like stored anywhere. So whenever you do the transformation, your cloud costs keep increasing. So the best way to do is that whenever you run a computation, you store it in a separate data set. That is called materialization. So DBT allows you to do that. For that, I'm just telling DBT, my models need to be materialized. Then let me save it, do DBT run. Yeah, so you can see in my BigQuery that whatever the stg underscore customer and stg underscore the separate model we created, that has been materialized as a separate data set. You see, stg underscore customer has been created as a separate data set. Let me check, something went wrong. Underscore orders, control S. So you got the gist, right? It helps you to create a separate model and create a SQL compiler that helps you to like refer a different select statement and create a materialized view. Not just that, it also gives a way to test your generated materialized view. For that, you just have to create a file called schema.yml. Then I have this YAML, just paste it here. You just have to specify this YAML and tell that all your materialized should be like what test, because like we write SQL statement but we never like write test. Usually we don't write test for normal REST APIs, but this DBT gives you the capability to write test case for your SQL statements itself. So what I'm doing is that for every materialized view, I'm defining what are the columns and also defining the test whether like the column customer ID is unique and it should be not null. And also in the order materialized view for the column status, it should be, the value should be placed, shipped, completed. It should not be like anything else. And also DBT gives you to generate documentation for your DBT model. So in this spec itself, we are defining that this model has this description, one record per customer, and each column has its own description, so that tomorrow a new data analyst join your team, they don't need to figure out this full SQL statement. You can check this DBT generated doc, which gives you all this metadata, so that they don't need to like read everything, all the SQL statement. They can use this documentation and create more model, and it can be used later. So that's all from my side. It's not just DBT allows you to like write SQL as a compiler and let you do the test and documentation. And also it gives you this thing called incremental materialization. So the thing is that data keeps coming, then you do this transformation, your cloud cost keep increasing. So, but when the new data come, you have to do the transformation for everything. So what DBT gives you, that it gives you this incremental materialization, where like it do the transformation only for incoming data, not for all the data. Yeah, it's just like I give you the gist of what DBT gives, and you can check the documentation and learn more.
Thank you, Balaji. Another big round of applause for Balaji Ravindran. Very informative session. But now we can break out for high tea. It will be a 10 minutes break, so make sure you come back as soon as possible, have your refreshments, and get back here within 10 minutes. Now, it's starting. Hi, hello. Hello, hi. Yeah. So next up we have Preetham. In a while. Could all of you at the back occupy the seats in the front if you don't mind? No? Shy? Hi. So I hope you had a good session of like networking and high tea. But I need you to switch from that networking mode to listening and learning mode. Next up, we have Preetham Sahu. He's from Google. Preetham is a tech lead, global partners at Google. He has 16 years of experience in the IT industry with specialization on cloud, platform as a service, infrastructure as a service, and pre-sales experience in various geographies and market segments. If you're not excited about this, I don't know why. Let's welcome Preetham with a big round of applause. Over to you, Preetham.
Thanks. Can you hear me? Okay. So how many are from your database background? Raise up your hands. I know it's a boring topic. I don't call them DBAs anymore once they have come into the cloud, right? Okay. So when you look at, before we start the migration piece, right, let's understand what cloud can bring value to the databases, right? And it's the most complex part and neglected part, unfortunately, right? So there is a lot of burden on the DBAs, database developers, to manage the infrastructure. But do you think that is their ideal role? That's not the role, right? Their job is to add value to the business by writing good SQL queries, tuning the database to give them better SLAs, right? And most of the time it happens that it is a age-old commercial grade databases without naming them. They have lot of constraints on setting up the infrastructure, configuring them takes days and lot of time, right? And of course, downtime. And any business these days cannot afford downtime. They want real-time database online every time, right? whether you think of retail, manufacturing, or healthcare, anybody, right? And the worst part is they are paid, very highly paid. They not only have, let's say, for example, one of the commercial grade database, Oracle, very popularly used. They are good, but you pay a lot of money, plus you pay around 22% AMC, annual maintenance cost each year, to get that even simple updates and all those things, right? And of course, lock-in. The best part about Google Cloud is we are believer of open source as much as possible. As you all know, right, it cannot be 100%. We want to give that open source platform to every user, whether it is our partners, users like students, developer groups, or even our customers like from enterprises. So they can move apart. If they don't like something, God forbid, they can move back where they came from. So what we thought, what if we offer you a fully managed service which can scale easily without any limits, and you pay for what you consume on the clouds, right? And at the same time, without sacrificing any of the commercial grade features you are looking at. If whether you are worried about SLAs, whether you are worried about downtime, high availability, clustering, all those features we can give you with Google Cloud. Let's see what we have. Before that, so with Google Cloud, we are in the Gartner's quadrant, in the leader quadrant, right? So, and they categorically highlighted across and evaluated across every parameter. When you talk about databases, right, it means not only scale, elasticity, availability, SLAs, and a lot of other parameters like security gate features, right? So they evaluated, and Google Cloud in the operational database system stood out to be a standout. So when you speak to any Google team members, right, there's always a catch. So we talk data cloud, that's one umbrella. Inside that we have operational databases, we call it relational databases or NoSQL databases plus. Then we have data analytics, that is the other pillar. Then we have AI/ML. So my part is more on the databases and data warehouses part, to be clear. So memory store, which you see here, is open. If you have heard of open source, Redis and Memcached, right? We offer you a fully managed service on that. Bare metal for users like Oracle, if they want to retain it on the Oracle licenses, right? If customers are saying, okay, we need Oracle, but we want to deploy on Google Cloud, we give you bare metal services. But that is BYOL, bring your own licenses. We will only give you the infrastructure, not the database. So Cloud SQL is primarily a fully managed service, which will help you to give you 3 flavors. So like Postgres, or you're looking for MySQL or SQL Server, as a managed service, we can give you that. AlloyDB is a very new offering, if you have heard of Aurora from AWS. Similarly, we heard a lot of good feedback saying that why Google Cloud can give you something equivalent of Aurora. So what we did was, we took the open source Postgres database and then mixed it with lot of internal AI/ML to make them more 4x faster throughput for transactions, 100x faster for in-memory analytics. So you can see that the benefit we can give you on the top of Postgres. Sorry, just having a cough here. So when we started relational databases, we had something called spanner. So what happened was all the relational databases had the problem of scale, right? When you see the non-relational databases, they can scale horizontally very easily. But relational databases, no. Oracle is the exception because they have their inbuilt clustering. What about MySQL, Postgres, SQL Server? No. So Cloud Spanner can give you that. So similarly, this is the breadth of the portfolio we have. We typically divide into SQL and NoSQL world. So Cloud SQL and Cloud Spanner and AlloyDB are the relational databases. Excuse me. So Cloud Firestore is your document DB if you are coming from a MongoDB world. You want to use that for your like web, mobile development, you can do that. And Bigtable is a NoSQL database with wide column store. So if you are using Gmail, if you are using Maps, if you are using YouTube, the back end of this database is your big table. You can understand the massive scale of the database. So let's understand why migrations can be challenging, right? So migration is complex. There is a reason to it, right? So when you understand the migration, it's not like your application migration or generic migration, because you have to take care of dependencies. So when you say dependencies, how to prepare the source database, right? What are the prereqs I need to take care? So that is one. And also the network dependencies. Networking is one of the major friction in any database. It's not only application, but also database migration. And if you look at the tools today, they're in the market, they're not very easy to use. They are not like intuitive GUI-based approach, right? They need a lot of heavy lifting to help you out. And if you go with manual backup and restore approach, if you're coming from database background, it takes long time, and those are also prone to errors, right? Because, and also they will go for a downtime because it will impact your production-grade databases. And it is also time-consuming. But imagine you are switching your platform from Oracle to Postgres, the nearest compatibility, right? Then it becomes more complex. It is not like to like. We call it heterogeneous migration, right? Because you are converting from one database engine to the other database engine. And it's not the straightforward path, because you will have to do assessing the schemas, assessing the SQL queries. You have to move the data. You have to validate the data. A lot of things come into picture, plus, and very often, when you speak about databases, we forget about applications, because you cannot move the data alone. You have to move the data application also, right? And we spoke about downtime. So downtime is still a critical factor. With Google Cloud, what we have done is, we have bucketed into 3 pillars: migrate, modernize, and transform. So migrate is typically lift and shift. For example, we want to migrate to, let's say, open source MySQL to MySQL on Cloud SQL. So like to like, very less effort, you want to go straight away. So that is possible. Modernize is where you want to do, want to move out of one database engine to other database engine. For example, I want to move out of Oracle to, let's say, AlloyDB, or let's say Spanner. I have to do a lot of efforts. But transformation is one where you do a digital transformation platform where you go to cloud native databases. For example, Spanner is cloud native to GCP, Google Cloud Platform. So you are moving out from, let's say, MySQL to Spanner or Postgres to Spanner. That is completely your transformation project. And there is no one-way path for migration. You can start at, So you can start at modernize, or you can directly go for transformation, or you go with phase-wise approach. It all depends on how the journey you want to accept. So what we did was, with Google Cloud, we wanted to put a structured framework and approach how to migrate the databases. So first thing first, we always have a discovery workshop with the customers, the users, or the partners who are working with us. The reason is, we want to understand the business case, the business pain points. That should map to the technical pain points, right? So we are not fixing technical issues. We ideally fix the business issues. The underlying technical issues should be mapped to it, right? So we do a discovery workshop and try to highlight which are 4 or 5 pain areas customer has. Then we go to the second step, which is scoping here, which you see. So here, we educate the customers. See, customers might be aware of Google Cloud or might not be aware of Google Cloud for some reason, right? You have to educate them, saying, we have these options, what you want, what is your end goal, right? Is it just migrating, or is it just, I want to go away from CapEx to OpEx on cloud, or I am going for transformation project? That has to be taken care. And then you do assessment. So assessment, what happens is, you understand the database, source database. For example, if you want to move from source database, you not only just map the infra, like vCPUs, memory, storage. That is not the database features, right? What are database features? Schemas, stored procedures, right? PL SQLs, which you see here, views, functions, synonyms. All those things has to be taken care of when you do the migration. But what we do, Normally we say, okay, we have a database, vCPUs, how much storage RAM. We also, as in Hindi say, ho gaya kaam khatam, we'll go for a tool, let's migrate. But what happens? Disaster happens. And people will say, Google Cloud is not working fine. So that's the reason we strongly recommend to go for scoping and assessment. Then you go for the last step. See, this last step is the critical step, but if your scoping and assessment is gone wrong, this step is going to fail for sure, 100%. I have seen this. I have done a lot of database migrations, and most of the time customers will start, okay, I have MySQL database, I want to move to managed service, give me that. Tell me the tool. Tell me the free tool which Google will give. That's not the case, right? On Google Cloud, we have bunch of tools. So what we have done is, we have first-party tools as well, and we have also tried to leverage our strong partner ecosystem. So if you look at here, so for assessment phase, we have StratoZone. This is more an infrastructure assessment tool. It will give you vCPU, storage, memory, OS, everything, right? MIGvisor, which you see here, it helps you to understand, to give the complexity of the source database. For example, your source database, what are the proprietary grade features a commercial database has? I'll come to that later. So MIGvisor is a partner tool, but there is a way out. We can help you to get you those licenses almost at a zero cost, depending on the engagement you are having with us. Similarly, iSpiral is a partner where, let's say for example, you have a code and database, right? But you want to move into the application layer, right? We sometimes call it ORM, if you are coming from that background, right? So how to do that? So we have a tool from iSpiral which can translate the database codes here. It's a partner again to us. So DataStream is Google first-party tool, but primarily MySQL, Oracle to Postgres or BigQuery, which is our data warehouse offering, right? We can give you that. So we'll talk about DMS today. Let's park it some thoughts for here. Stream is again a partner tool, especially very handy in heterogeneous migrations, if you want to see that those use cases. Similarly, for code conversion, we have CompilerWorks. We acquired a company last year where you want to convert the code from source to target so to make it more compatible. So these are the tools and breadth of portfolios. I know it might sound very huge, but always reach out to us so that we can give you the best path forward when you're migrating. So let me skip this in the interest of time. So let's talk about DMS. So database management migration service was released last year somewhere around March 2021. And within a short span of time, we have incorporated all the enterprise grade features you want to look at the tool, right? So first thing foremost, it gives you the way to streamline the networking complexity. It streamlines that. It helps you to do a initial snapshot. We call it backfill, right? Let's say you want to move a source database. Might be any database, right? You want to take the first dump, right? And the next, the incremental, because you have not migrated fully. You have started the migration, and at the source, some transactions are happening. You need to capture those things as well, the incremental changes. We call it CDC in the world of database. And then also to give transparency to monitor those changes as it happens, right? So all those things is taken care by DMS. So it gives you baked-in configuration support. The best part about this is all the prereqs we see. What happens? We search across plethora of documentations. And it is very frustrating. Since I come from a database background for a long, long time, you hop on one link, that goes to other, that goes to other, and what it happens, you end up clicking hundreds of links, right? And then what you do? Then you say, I have configured prereq better, but what happens on the ground? Migration fails. It says, dax, prereq is missing, right? So that part is baked in and everything is front-loaded. What do you mean by front-loaded? Everything which you see is directly captured in front of you so that you don't have to search across the ocean of documents. Connectivity. We always see that networking is a friction, right? But at the same time, how about securing the network? So with DMS, it supports Cloud SQL. We saw 3 flavors, right? Postgres, MySQL, SQL Server. It gives you secure encrypted connectivity. So that is taken care of. And One other good feature about DMS is we do validation right up front. What it means is we configure, test the prereqs, we check the connectivity to the source database, we take the configuration setup of the replica, which will be promoted to the production database, and everything is done right up front so that you don't go very far in the migration and fail and come to ground zero. We will do everything right up front. If anything fails, it will give you the index. Let's say, for example, the source database user ID password was wrong, or the driver link was wrong where the data was to be extracted, right? So that is about the simplified experience. Serverless, we said, most of the tool which you see from the other CSPs or hyperscalers, you will have to set up the replica instances, the migration jobs. But with DMS, that's not the case. Everything is taken care of. 3 minutes? Okay. The other part which I want to highlight was, so with DMS, we started with homogeneous, like to like, but currently we support also Oracle to Postgres, and also to AlloyDB, which you saw, which is a flavored version of Postgres, right? And the best part is about we give you various network connectivity method, right? Like whether you want VPN, whether you want interconnect, whether you want reverse SSH tunneling, or VPC peering, everything is taken care of by this. So 3-4 key takeaways from this slide. It is serverless. That means nothing to set up. You don't get penalized by setting up extra instances, because in cloud, everything you do extra is a penalty. It's not like on-prem, where you have already paid beforehand. Here, nothing extra. You only pay for what you use. So it is serverless. Second, it is GUI steps approach. 2 steps, like one you configure migration jobs, other you configure connection profile. That's it. And then the third one, it is complete transparent to the users. That means we don't follow black box approach. We use the native capabilities of the source database. For example, what is the replication technology in Postgres? PGLogical. What is the replication technology in MySQL? Bin logging, right? We take care of those aspects. So that no hide and seek method from our users. And the best part, it is free. So you can imagine why DMS can help you get started. So we have short time. Unfortunately, I have to. So I have a demo already there in the YouTube and the dev library as well. You just search for DMS 2022 Postgres. You can get the detailed step-by-step guide. So with this, I would like to thank you and have a great evening and have a great day ahead.
Thank you, Preetham. Thanks a lot. Can we have a big round of applause again for Preetham? I'm sure you can approach him if we have any Q&A. We have time for 2 questions.
Yep.
Are there any questions?
Yeah, go ahead.
I have questions
go ahead.
on serverless. So basically the problem with serverless is with initial application deployment.
Yeah.
When you deploy an application and when you have rarely, let's say, 40 or 50 requests per day to be sent, it takes like decent amount of warm-up time to respond to the query. And that really becomes a big problem. So what do you recommend for initial, deployment? Shall I use like VM-based MySQL because it can really process the query faster, or you still suggest any way to go on serverless and optimize that time?
Yeah, see, being from database background, I have used a lot of tools, both free tools like Harbor Bridge, open source, DMS from Google, DMS from AWS as well. See, serverless will help you to reduce your time, right? And will save the productivity time, because see, when you are doing the migration, especially the initial backfill might be 10 terabyte, might be 50 terabyte, might be 4 terabyte of data. If I ask you to size a migration job for that, can you do it and say confidently, I can do that 100% right? No, right? Even I cannot do that. It is very tough. So if you do serverless, what will happen is that is taken care behind the scenes for you, and behind the scene, it will set up those compute VMs. End of the day, it is VM only, serverless. But it will do behind the scenes for you. And once the job is done, you don't have to worry about let me shut down. If I forget, I have to pay extra penny to Google Cloud or any other cloud, right? So I would say try DMS with GCP. And I will always say, like, do the assessment and scoping right, and then have the real-time use cases, and then tools. See, tool selection should be the last step, entire journey.
The question was more on the warm-up time, how to reduce that, because for the first request to fulfill, it really takes good amount of time.
Yeah, so with DMS from the database standpoint, it's very, very feeble. It's microseconds warm-up time. It is always on, but you don't pay the money to the cloud from Google. So what it happens is you only pay once your data starts flowing in. And DMS, I said, it's free of cost. So why do you worry?
Oh, great, thanks.
Any other question? One last question. Okay, I'm sure you can reach out to Preetham in case of any further questions. How many AppScript developers? AppScript enthusiasts? Okay. How many of you have no idea what AppScript is, the potential it has, or are keen on knowing what it is? Oh, pretty decent amount. So up next, we have Shivaji Bodke and Kiran Yadav, who will give you, and when you leave, you'll be aware what AppScript is, everything about AppScript. So giving a brief introduction, So Shivaji Bodke is a business analyst at Airbus. He is a business workflows transformation specialist using Google tools like Google AppScript, AppSheet, BigQuery, and Google Data Studio. Kiran Yadav is a lead software engineer at TaylorBird. He is a business automation expert with expertise in Google App Scripting, Workspaces, and Cloud Platform. With a big, big round of applause, please welcome to the stage.
It's Jadhav. No, bro. Yeah.
Okay. I'm really, really sorry. It's Jadhav. Kiran Jadhav. Okay. Over to them.
Hello. Can you hear me? Yeah, good evening, everyone. As I was introduced, I am Kiran Jadhav from TaylorBird, working as a lead software engineer for Google App Script development. I have around 11 years of experience into Google App Script automation. So how many of you know what is Google Workspace? Great. And how many of you know what is Google App Script? Okay, I wasn't expecting these many hands as well. Okay, so what is Google App Script? We have my buddy Shivaji Bodke. He is also Google App Script expert. We started our journey together. Okay, so Google App Script is a platform which is with which you can develop applications using JavaScript. It's nothing but a JavaScript, but it has inbuilt Google libraries. That's why it is called Google App Script. It is 100% web solution. As in, nothing local needed. If you are working on your laptop, if you go to office, you can easily switch and you can start coding there. So it's everything in a cloud. So Google App Script you can use for developing lightweight applications like business workflows, like task automations, and even you can build your own CRM system using Google App Script. So what happens, like if you go with the traditional web application development or any application development, you write thousands of lines of coding, right? And then you get the application. But with Google App Script, you can do this with simply like with few lines of codes. How? We will see it. For example, suppose if you want to develop an application for HR, where HR wants to enter candidates' data, like joining date, candidate name, etc. And you want to generate his offer letter and want to send it to that candidate directly. If you go with the traditional web application approach, it will take a lot of time, right? But with Google Apps Script, you can develop it with just few lines using Google Workspace applications. Similarly, like many businesses use CRM systems, SAPs, but in actual use, they use only 30% of the features that these big applications provide. And again, out of those 30% applications, not all features they need, like they need to go for a customization, and they again need to pay for it. So this is where Google Apps Script comes in a picture. If customer is on already Google Workspace, you can develop simple applications for them, which is made for them, customized for them, and like they can start. So change management is also very easy with Google Apps Script. Like as I said, it's a low-code application because we built it on Google Workspace platform. It's very fast and like easy creation for the business workflows. As almost 90 to 95% of the websites use JavaScript, right? So it's very familiar like a framework, we can say. So if you know JavaScript, you can easily develop Google Apps Script applications. So if you want to develop Google Apps Script applications, what you need? You just need to have a basic knowledge of web technologies like JavaScript, HTML, CSS. If you know advanced, like if you know responsive web technologies like Bootstrap, Material Design, that's an add-on. But if you know basics, that is enough. And you should know what is Google Workspace. So Google Workspace has Gmail, Drive, Sheets, Slides, and so many applications, right? Also, Google Apps Script can be integrated with Google Maps, BigQuery, Cloud SQL, and third-party apps as well, like third-party CRM systems, third-party any applications. If you want to consume any APIs, if you want to develop a REST APIs, Google Apps Script can be used there. Now let's take an example of traditional web app. Suppose if you want to develop any traditional web app, what you need? First, infrastructure, right? Whether it's a Google Compute Engine or like a Google Cloud, any cloud you take, or any like on-premise solution. So first you need hosting infrastructure for your application, then you need database, you need network security for that, then you need user management like authentications and authorization for your application, then you need data backup and restore mechanism, you need info, and along with that, you also need a team to manage this complete infrastructure. With Google Apps Script, we don't need this. So these are the capabilities of Google Apps Script. So GAS is for Google Apps Script. So these are the like capabilities of Google Apps Script. First, no additional infrastructure is required because Google Apps Script runs on Google platform itself. So you don't need any infrastructure to run Google Apps Script. It has built-in authorization. As I said, you just need Google Workspace. So when you log in into Google Workspace account, that's where you are authorized. And that is with Google's authorization, which is highly secured. It is running in a Google Cloud ecosystem, which is like a fabulous 99.99% uptime. Then, now, as I said, you don't need infrastructure, you don't need anything, right? Then what will be the database for your application? So, what is database? If you go with any simple database, let's take an example of MySQL. What is database? Rows and columns, right? So in Google Workspace, what would give us rows and columns? Any guesses? Google Sheets, that's the right answer. So Google Sheet have rows and columns. Now, how you will secure it? You already have Google sharing settings, right? If you want to share it with only specific guys, you can do that. And that is within Google. So you don't need to develop anything separately for authorization and authentication. How about storage? If you want to upload files, if you want to upload, if you want to store, let's say, offer letters, what storage you can use? Google Drive, right? So we have database, we have storage as well. Now, and to run an application, you already have Google Apps Script. So this is how Google Apps Script works, and it is very easy. You can develop full featured lightweight application, web application or add-ons on Google Apps Script. For your information, by March 2022, Google Workspace has around 3 billion users. 3 billion is a huge number, right? So you have that crowd in Google Workspace. If you develop any add-on, any application on Google Workspace platform, and if you publish it in a Google Workspace marketplace, 3 billion is the crowd which can use your application. So you just have to identify use cases and you can go on it. And secondly, it is free. You even don't need paid Google Workspace account for this. You can go simply with your Gmail, @gmail.com email ID. So it's free of cost. You can develop your application. You can start from today itself. So now from here onward, I request Shivaji to take forward. So he will take you through some technical things. We are also showing you live code, like a live example of Google Apps Script.
Thank you, Kiran, for giving such a nice introduction on Google Apps Script. I know this is last session and we are lack of energy, but this is very interesting tool when you want to develop your presence in your company or your team. You can, if your manager asking to send mail for 500 people and you are using Google Apps Script or Google Workspace, you can write a code within 5 to 10 minutes and trigger an individual mail. So you can make your presence in your team. So there is a two main basic types of script. One is container bounded script. So when you create a script inside any Google document or Google Sheet or any Google comparable documents, it's called container script because it's having special attributes like on open, on edit, or on modify events will be triggered inside the container script. Second, we have standalone script. It's basically it's created inside the Google Drive, and there is no link between the document directly. Indirectly, you can call the Google documents using document ID or URL as well. So this thing is two types of script, the broadly we categorize. Now, what app script can do? So there is so many questions in your mind because it's not get promoted that much as the Power App Script has. From last 7 years, I'm doing my best and we are achieving the good use cases using app script. First, Google Sheet Micros, where we can see you are as a manager or you are as a project lead, every week you have to format some data in your Google Sheet, like header should be this, footer should be this, calculations, formulas, everything you are putting, you are doing manually. In a Google Sheet, there is a simple create a macros. You can create a macros, it will capture all your steps without writing a single code. It will, the Google Apps Script will write a code for you, and next time onwards, you have to just run that macro, and it will format what the step you already recorded. Second, customize function. Some people want, I'll just like say 1 plus 1 is equal to 2, but you want to write something formula is 1 plus 1, 11. You can write such formulas in your Google Sheet as well. Second toolbar, your end users are not that much familiar with the computer system or softwares, and they are familiar with the file menus. And if you want to any menu or any custom function, when the user click on that, it will do some task. So you can simply add the customized menu in Google Docs or Google Sheet and Google Sites as well. Second, automation. This is very my favorite actually. When we do the automation, there is a two type of. One is event-based automation. Another is the time-driven trigger system, where you want to send the mail every 24 hours. You can set the function and it will trigger the mail whatever you written inside, or you can do the event like on form submit. If users submit the Google form and you want to send them PDF attached with customized ID card or college form, you can do that on form submit. So this event trigger system you can use, and you don't have to pay a single penny for this. It's entire thing you have. And the most famous web app, why Google Apps Script web apps are very famous in enterprise? Because you want to develop a single use case for your organization, you need at least 6 to 7 different verification and the permissions, security, data security, GDPR, so many complex process to get the permission to host your application. But Google Apps Script allow you to write a code inside the Google ecosystem, and when any enterprise go for the assessment, the security assessment, they will perform all the security check before they buying this product. It means your Google workspace is already verified your company. It means you can use this as a web services without any problem. Second, code libraries. If you are very enthusiastic and you written very good code and you want to share the same code with your other developers. Example, branding. Your company having some different branding, color should be this. You can write your own library, publish within your domain, because you don't want to share this publicly. And anyone just add that 16-digit code in your Google Apps Script, and you can utilize entire code in your Google solution or Google Apps Script. The best example, Google Auth 2 library. It's very common and very popular app script library. From last 7 years I'm using. Okay, the chatbot. This is quite interesting and futuristic chatbot. So for example, you want to set out of office. What should you have to do? First, out of office setting in Google, Gmail. Second, you have to update in your calendar. And third, you have to make yourself as offline. Otherwise, people will continuously ping you and ask the status of your work. When you do the out of office, you will receive more invitations or mail or the, what we can say, like they know you are out of office and they try to come back to office. Sometimes it's happened. So in chatbot, you can write a chatbot and just type, hey, I'm today out of office. Bot will be ask you, hey, what is the reason? You are taking personal or medical? You say medical, okay? And it will ask when it start and when it's end. You just give these 3 or 4 inputs. It will set your out of office in Gmail. It will set your out of office in your calendar, as well as you make it offline. So see, the 3 inputs, 4 to 5, 6 will be get updated. Add-on, as Kiran mentioned, if you are having use case and you develop any add-on, and for example, your add-on is saving 1 minute time, example, and that add-on get published, and 3 billion users, for example, 2 billion users using your app, and you are saving 1 minute a day, you can calculate how much time you are saving for valuable, the earth, you can say like the worldwide. So these are things. And this is the flow where you can see the easy to complex solutions we are going. Google having always quotas, we can say limitations here, because they want to give the seamless experience for all users. It's not means you have the function, you can send unlimited emails. No, there is a limitations. You cannot create unlimited documents, but whatever the quotas they have given, it's good enough to run 24/7. Like you can run in within 24 hours, quota will get reset. Okay. Now some observations from our past career experience. So 55% we reduce the manual work using the Google Apps Script use cases. 40% improvement in the organizational information security, because all data we are storing on the Google platform, Google G Suite, so we don't have to worry about our security. Whatever the policy we apply, do not share outside the domain. You cannot share your data outside the domain. It means you already secured your data, no matter how code you write or how much try to write it. But no, you cannot share your file if the G Suite admin set, sorry, Google Workspace admin set, you cannot share outside domain, your data never go outside, okay? And the 35% operations cost, you know, there is a valuable resource there, for example, medical researchers or the flight physics people, or maybe some semiconductor designers. Why we put them to do the manual work? We can just create some workflows to them or some easy to ready-made things where they can fill the detail and generate the result instead of asking them to do the task, because they are not expert in computer, they are expert in their field. So it happens, the 35 operations cost is large if you go to the large scale users. Now it's interesting, coding session will show one live example. It's what it will be done. I will show you the okay, so what we will learn today, it's using AppScript, we are creating one front end where you all will be submit your basic detail maybe, and we are capturing all detail in our backend Google Sheet. Okay, so first we required Google Sheet. Second, we required AppScript, Google AppScript to host our application. And third, we need our favorite Chrome browser. It's not mean you can use any other browser as well, not a matter. Okay, sorry. So we'll start the coding. So first, I have created one Google Sheet. Okay, and there is, I'm creating one city column where we will add the cities here. Okay, because our use case, we are using one drop down where you have to select your city. Okay, let me create one file. Okay, it's good enough. So I'm creating one Google Sheet. It's simple. I'm using my Gmail account to do it. You can use your Google Workspace as well. So I'm creating one blank project. Come on, yeah, it's loading.
So simply you can go to your Google Drive, click on New, and you will get a Google Apps Script option over there. Just create a file and it will open up a code editor for Google Apps Script. Shivaji, we have a time constraint, so we can go with the existing app.
Yes, that will be great. Yeah. So, yeah. So I will explain every website or any web application we require at least two things. One is a front end, another is a back end. So here I have created 4 different files. First, as represent as a back end, that file name is code.js. You can see here, this is the code.js having all your server side code, and it hidden, it will not visible for your front end users. Okay. Second, I'm creating one index.html. We can say our home page where I'm using simple bootstrap form, bootstrap framework form. So it's a quite familiar syntax you are looking here. I've tried as simple as solution here. Second, style sheet, because you want to make customization or you want to make some unique, because your company following some branding. In that case, you can write your own CSS inside. Okay, and the last is our favorite, JavaScript, where we have to, our on-page load and the actions atom we can write here. Okay, so I will explain first, index.html. You can see first on the top, I have to add a style sheet, because first CSS will be load, and then our component will be load, and the last we will call our JavaScript. So there is a library present in the Google Apps Script that html.create output from file, and we already created this file, and it's a very easy and manageable. Okay. Now what we can do, first we require the render and generate the web page first. Okay. So what we do, I'm creating one template using html.create from index. The index is our HTML file name. Whatever content I have written, I want to generate or render or create a web page. And there is a 2-3 favorite tag you have to use. If you want to make a sandbox, please add this meta tag. It will help when you put your application inside another website or maybe the another web page, it will add to edges. If you not add this tag, it will not work. If you try to add in the index.html, it may not work sometime when you use the iframe things. Okay. Another thing, there is option one, set sandbox. It will help to jacking when you use the iframe. And there is one option where you can say xframe. It is also when you using the cross domain or cross functionalities, that time you have to use this. No worries, I will upload this code on my GitHub. You can download later. Okay, now we have web page. Now what we required the database connection. Our database is Google Sheet here. Okay, so what I do, every Google document having unique code. So I'm using that, calling MSID, we call as master sheet ID. Where is our database? There is one inbuilt library where called spreadsheet.openById. So I'm opening that spreadsheet. And then another thing, I want to cities first to create a drop down. So I'm reading data from backend and presenting the front end. Okay, then I'm sending this data to the front end. Next, when you save something, I want to save in the user feedback. Okay, so this two thing is done. Now I will show the actual app, how it looks like. This is our app is ready now. And it is ready to accept your response as well. I will share the QR code first. And once you're ready, you have option deploy. That's the main part. You have to do the new or manage new deployment, select web app, and it will generate a link where you have to share and collect the response. So where is the code? Yeah, this is, yeah. Please try to submit your response. And we will add one live city here.
Shivaji, please go to the QR code they are scanning.
Oh, sorry.
So we have a field called
Bigger?
email
You
address.
are able to scan it or it's look bigger? Oh, okay, no problem, sorry. Now this? Oh, sorry, this is the back. Now? Is that fine? Thank you.
So while submitting form, if you don't want to share your email ID, you can just put any dummy email address, that's okay.
Done? I just want to show the live response capturing in the backend. Let's see. Yeah.
Wow.
Our output is here.
So data is coming in our database.
Right? And one more thing, your HR and say, hey, I want to add city. Now you have to, in the traditional way, you have to ask your DBA, can you add one city in our SQL table? He will say, I'm on leave today, I will come tomorrow. Then once you add, you have to ask your tester. Tester will say, hey, testing is done, but I will submit my report day after tomorrow. It will require 5 days to add one city, is my live real-time experience. But here I will do right away, simple, I will just going, I will say my HR, hey, you can just go and add one name here. I'm just adding Pune. Now if you refresh your form, you will able to see the drop down having added already Pune city. So I don't need to ask so many people to modify my application. The end user can easily modify, submit the data because they are familiar with Excel and Google Sheet. So this is useful, hope you like it, and you will use this tool as your buddy in your IT career.
Thank you so much. Open for the questions.
So open for questions. So how many responses we receive? That's great.
Actually, I have one question here.
Yep. Yes.
So when we use a Google Sheet as a database,
yeah.
So whenever the user is submitting the HTML form and it's rendering the data in the Google Sheets, and it's getting saved in the Google Sheet as a rows and columns, right?
Yep.
So after that, what happens is the data is visible to all the users whoever is entering the data. For example, the user who submitted the form previously, they can able to go back to the Google Sheet and they can able to edit it. So is there any option? Do we have here to restrict the user to
viewing the data?
Yeah.
Okay.
Change the data.
Okay. So there are two options in Google Apps Script. you can deploy your app as a you, okay? So your permission will be used to write data into your Google spreadsheet. Okay, in that case, you don't need to share Google Sheet with other people in the organization. They cannot see the Google Sheet ID, they cannot go there, and they cannot edit it.
No, the problem is like I have implemented the same deployment, but the problem is whenever we go to the drive.google.com, it's displaying the same Google Sheet that we have edited.
No, because you shared your Google Sheet as a within domain, you have to restrict and share with yourself only. And that's
So it's
scenario.
about Google Sheets permissions.
Okay, so I will show my Google Sheet URL in QR. Try to scan, it will show error to you. Let me do that.
So if you see this is only shared with Shivaji, like Shivaji is the owner. So no one can, in the organization can see this sheet.
Even you cannot. Let me put in the public. Yeah. Just try to scan it. The last one, if you are able to. You are not able to scan my sheet or you are not able to see my data. It's encapsulated.
Okay, this is what the problem I faced
No
in
problem.
my previous deploy session with Google, so that's the reason.
So we can connect offline, like we will try to understand what you have done, and we'll definitely try to solve it.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah. So my name is Syed here.
Where is, okay, hi.
Hi. So as of now, I'm aware like Google has 2 JavaScript projects running, like AppScript. Today I got to know about it, and I'm aware of Angular. So that was like launched in 2016, I believe. So why was it necessary by Google to launch another JavaScript library? They would have implemented AppScript and included like an advanced version and included all the Angular part in that itself. Why does Google have to work on 2 frameworks? Instead, they can develop one and make it better, right?
Okay, so it's quite interesting question because so many developers ask. Google launch multiple things and they kill as well. There is one website, Google Kills, you can search. Twitter, I follow that actually. So, you know, don't compare with Google AppScript with your Google the Angular, because Angular is server. You have to create your own server, host it somewhere or run it. But AppScript, it's an inbuilt, and AppScript story is quite interesting because in Microsoft, if you go to the Microsoft, VB script is there. They launched the Google G Suite or Google Apps, and they found we are lacking somewhere else the automation, and they come with this idea, and that's called Google AppScript is born. So it's not a rival or competitor of Angular or any other frameworks.
So Angular is a framework, Google AppScript is a platform.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep.
Thank you.
Hello?
Yep.
Yes. So few months back, I used a platform called AppSheet, and under the hood, it uses the same Google AppScript. Okay.
Yeah.
So I developed a tool for managing my own daily transactions of money. Okay. So I developed that app for myself. I used it, but then I thought this tool is useful, so I should develop it for other people as well, right? So my question is that if that uses a Google Sheet at backend, okay, all the data that goes into a single Google Sheet, okay, what if after some time 100,000 users use it, okay, how scalable is that?
Okay, so the scale sheet first, one doubt, I don't know, remember you said Google AppSheet use Google AppScript platform. It's not correct.
Is it like?
No, there is a different, and Google take over AppSheet after decommissioning of Google App Maker. They cut down the App Maker and they take over the Google AppSheet company. They rebranded it and they created. But backend is, they have their own servers, Google AppSheet having their own backend servers, and they are accessing, but you can call the Google AppScript inside the AppSheet. Okay, and the scalability, the last, we will discuss later. The last one, the Google AppSheet, your backend, if you are using single sheet, 10 million cell, you can add the data. So you have to calculate your, like 2 rows into 5 million. So that much capacity you have. Okay.
That's why we call it like.
You want to ask something again?